Yes, I نزل صوت كده بس ما ظروفك استاذ مياكل. شكرا brother Miyakol. Simon, I gave you the green, and I'm sorry for brother Matt and Quad. I dropped you down because we just want to put the house and room in order. Uncle Aldo is around the corner here, and I would like Simon to bring him, and then from there we'll introduce him. Simon, if you want to take the floor, you're more than welcome. And again, so my apologies to the audience who have actually been waiting for quite some time for Dr. Aldo to come and brief and give his presentations. It was a little bit of technicalities. Technology was there since the beginning, but we learn as human beings and as we go. Simon, you want to take the floor, please?
أستاذ سايمون.
خليك متواصل شويه، انا عندي داير ارجع له، هو بطل الانترنت.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Lagos State Media. We are covering a live show in Clubhouse. Uncle Dr. ALDO AJOU will speak in Clubhouse. We will make it live. Please start sharing the video. Yes, so the reason why we bringing Uncle ALDO AJOU in Clubhouse is because for the few weeks we had a lot of issues going on in Clubhouse, accusation against the JCE. There is a book that has been written by Dr. Carl Baker. Some of the oppositions are using that books against JCE, against the Jiang community, against a Dinka tribe. So Uncle ALDO AJOU is here to address these issues about the book, about the accusation they put on JCE. So bear with us while we are doing a connection on Clubhouse. We will be adding a voice, and this is a live event. If you know how to log into the Clubhouse, you can do so. If you don't have any access to Clubhouse, you can listen here at Lakeside Media. Thank you so much. Continue ahead. Merry Christmas, everybody, and Happy New Year. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas with your family. Well, on behalf of Lagos State Media team, we wish you and your family Merry Christmas. Thank you. Again, bear with us. We are waiting in Clubhouse for the Dr. ALDO AJOU to tune it in. Start sharing the video.
Again, we want to assure you that Dr. ALDO AJOU is coming to brief us as a people of South Sudan. Ustaz Simon is here. He can give us. Ustaz Atilo is here, and they will tell us that they will assure us that is coming. Ustaz Simon, welcome to the stage again. Ustaz Atilo, come back to the stage. Thank you.
أتيلو مشي الدور شوية خلينا أنا قاعد أجرب في التكنولوجيا خليك مشي. Atilo, can you hear me? Yeah, we are still trying to overcome some technical issues, so we'll be with you shortly.
Bear with us, everybody. We having a network connection, so we are still waiting. So listen to music, start cheering, enjoy. For those of you watching Let's Say Media, please start follow. We are live on YouTube. Start subscribe as our channel. You feel free to do that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, we want to assure you, يا جنوبيين كلكم المستمعين الحضور, إنه Dr. ALDO AJOU is right here. He's coming and he speak to you. Anybody who has a doubt about Jane Council of Elders will hear. Anybody who been accusing, one of a lot of you will be ashamed today and tonight based on your time zone. بتتهموا ناس كبار زي ناس ألدو أجو. أنا قاعد معاكم ده قاعد الحمد لله. Sometimes I feel sorry إنه زول زي دكتور ألدو أجو اللي كان فاتح بيته لكل السودانيين وليس جنوبيين. الواحد الجنوبيين كلهم ودام فريق بتاع كورة عشان يمنع الشعب، وكلامنا ما عملنا في دول المهجر. ايام ناس دكتور ألدو أجو في السودان كان ما في جنوبيين، طلبه ولا اولاد صغار كان في السجون، ونحن كنا قاعدين في السودان كلاجئين، ونحن we were actually IDPs، لأن كنا نزحنا من الجنوب الى الشمال. لكن في ايامهم كان ما في يا جماعه طلبه، انما فتحوا مدارس، وفتحوا مدارس خاصه واحسن مدارس متنافسين، وبدوا قروش للطلبه. يا جماعه الكلام ده ما حصل عندنا في دول المهجر. يا ريت لو كان في ناس كبار، حتى ابناء جيل الكبار اللي هنا ده. I'm really very disappointed sometimes but we are trying our best though. لو كنا عندنا زي جين كانسل اوف إلدرز في دول المهجر، في استراليا، في بريطانيا، في اوروبا بصفه عامه، وفي امريكا بصفه خاصه، وهنا كان ما كنا عيال قاعدين في السجون. انا مشيت استراليا في 2013 باي ذن كان ادونا ما ابناء دينكا بس ابناء جنوبيين، قال 3000 ولد، 3000 عيال بتاعنا قاعدين في السجون. I don't think so that's number. لو كنا قاعدين زمان ناس دكتور ألدو أجو دكتور ألدو أجو في خرطوم، ناس دكتور ناس استاذ أبل اليار، ناس انكل البينا كولاكول، الفريق البينا كولاكول، انا ذا كان وزير بتاع المواصلات، والناس كلهم ناس استاذ تيلو is back. استاذ تيلو will brief us what is going on. استاذ تيلو welcome back to the stage. اذا انتم جاهزين نعمل welcome للدكتور البينا كولاكول. Another thing I want guys يا جماعه to let you know, the topic up there is not the topic that we are receiving. يا جماعه ألدو أجو، دكتور ألدو أجو ده ما يعود topic بتاعنا. topic قديم، لكن نحن we are actually the topic بتاعنا اصلا دايرين تمشوا وتفهموا كويس ده جين نوم توك، انه دكتور ألدو أجو is being received يا جماعه من جين نوم توك. ده ما topic الفوق، ده topic قديم كان كتبوه الناس كانوا زعلانين، لكن that's not the topic. But our topic that you should take, Dr. Aldo Ajo has been received in Jing Nom Tok in the diaspora or in the social media. Dr. Aldo Ajo زي ما قلت لكم انه احنا اللي كنا في برا في دول المهجر، اننا ناس يا ريت لو ربنا يقدرنا نكون زيهم كده، ونقدر نحمي المجتمعات بتاعتنا، بصرف النظر انه هذه المجتمعات تكون مجتمع واحد. جودوا من خرطوم ناس مارتن ولا روب زمان قلت لكم بيته مفتوح 24 ساعه، فتح بيته كانه قنصليه جنوبيه لكل الناس، اولاد استوائيه، اولاد وين، واكثر الناس اللي لقوا الفرص يخرجوا من جنوب السودان كان ديل ابناء الاستوائيه، لان كان عندهم قروش، لان كانوا بيشتغلوا في منظمات الانسانيه. مرحبا بك ثاني مره اخرى برضه استاذ سايمون. brief us if Dr. Aldo Ajo is here. And I want to assure you Dr. Aldo Ajo وجاي كإنسان وطني، كإنسان جنوبي، لكن ده برضه ما بيمنعه إنه يتكلم كواحد من أبناء جيم وإنجازاتهم في السودان القديم وإنجازاتهم في السودان الجديد. They've been accused falsely, and that accusation I'm not going to defend him, but Aldo Ajo is very well equipped and very well is who دكتور. انا ما اقدر اعمل له defend لكن today or tonight or this morning he will protect himself as Aldo Ajo and as GM.
Yes, Majuk, the network over there in Dubai is an issue here. But we try to make sure that it will be having a good access network. Just bear with us.
ماذا يازو جماعة والليدر بتاع جنوب السودان نحن بننتظره لساعات كثيرة جدا. Even يسوع المسيح we are still waiting for يسوع المسيح بعد ما أخذ الواين بتاعه وقال أنا I would be back. We are still waiting for almost 2000 years. لكن نحن ما حننتظر for 2000 minutes. We will be waiting less than 2000 minutes إنه عشان دكتور ALDO AJOU to come to us. Let us be patient. God bless you and happy Merry Christmas.
We have 115 people who are watching right now in Clubhouse are waiting for Dr. ALDO AJOU. Another thing to you guys to announce, the group who hosted Dr. ALDO AJOU is a group called Young Anumtok in Clubhouse. Young Anumtok are the one who invited Dr. ALDO AJOU to join them in Clubhouse to respond to those allegations that people are doing in social media against JCE. Long P. Yeah, that was so funny. Merry Christmas to you too, brother Long P. Mike.
Simon, may I call?
Yes, Ustaz Atilo.
At the first of Simon, I can't feel some technical issue, but I don't know if it's resolved or not yet. Just put the phone down.
Ustaz Simon, welcome back to Ustaz Atilo. Welcome back to the studio. Welcome back Ustaz Simon. Welcome back also Ustaz Abwet. نحن طبعا كجنوبيين قلنا دائما إنه there are so many problems can happen, and I want to tell you, I want to assure you, all of you as a South Sudanese. أنا أقدر أوريكم إنه في الكريسماس اليوم لو بتفهموا الكريسماس كويس. لما ولد ربنا يسوع المسيح, more than 2,000 children were killed by the king.
Before that, and let us put the house and brother Mayakol. At this time, we should not come to technical issue.
Yes, that's my introduction to bring him up. That's my introduction to bring him up. عشان ده أقول للناس إنه تأخير يعني دائما أي حاجة كويسة لما نكون في حاجة كويسة ده نعملها الشيطان بخش ويعمل يعني عرقلة.
Santino Majura actual Jing Nomtok, actual Jing one voice, actual Jing Nomtok in Clubhouse.
Ustaz Simon كده ورينا what is going on in the background there عشان نقدر نجيب دكتور ALDO. إذا في عرقلة نحن we are still waiting, لكن we will never give up. نحن لسه we are still waiting for 2,000 years, and نحن we still waiting for Jesus Christ عشان يجينا ويشيلنا فوق للسماء. عشان كده نحن ما ممكن نتعب عشان ننتظر دكتور AJOU the less than 2,000 minutes ويجي يبريف us to relieve us من الكراهية ان احنا الناس البروباغندا الناس عملوا ده. فاستاذ سايمون انت لو فاضي كده ورينا what is going on, و200 استاذ امين دكتور ALDO جينا. Otherwise we will continue playing the music عشان to entertain our people until دكتور ALDO يجي. وانتوا سامعين الاغاني بتاعت كنا كوي بيتكلم عن الحدود انه ابي 100 جنوب السودان ومدينه ويل وابي we need to respect them the pressure هم قاعدين بيلقوا. واحتمال كبير ان احنا كسودانيين كجنوبيين ما عارفين كلام لانه نازل معانين جدا جدا في الحدود الدول، يعني المناطق الحدوديه حتى في النملي. يمكن اخواننا في يوغندا ما عندهم العداوه او العدائيه اللي عندنا مثلا في اخواننا شمال السودان اللي بيقتلوا اهلنا في المناطق الحدوديه كله في مناطق ابدا. فالناس كله كويس كان بيشجعوا الناس على انه نحن نعمل احترام للمناطق الحدوديه ما فيها ابيعي وقليلهم منهم هم يكونوا قاعدين هناك تومتوك شيء جون كران شيء بعد. استاذ أتيلو, you are back. I don't know if you spoke to Simon to tell us what is going on in the back there, so we can let our people know what is going on. If you can brief us please, استاذ أتيلو. Otherwise we will still playing the music لحد ما الدكتور ALDO يجينا.
Thank you, brother Mayakol. معلش يا جماعة لأن عندنا some technical issue is going on here with Uncle ALDO. It is the first time actually to download the app and try to walk him through, given the fact that the internet is quite very weak back home. But he's doing his best. He said, and he played that he's coming to address you. So that's why Uncle, Simon and me, we're trying to help him to come. But we're almost there. Yes, at the meantime, I would like to let the brother Mayakol take care of the rooms, entertaining you with the music and some brief historical background until he comes. It's going to be recorded anyway. If you feel that you have to do some other stuff, you're more than welcome to do so. And if you are interested to listen to him, you can stick around. Yes, Miracle, take care of the room until we help Uncle Aldo to walk him through the app, because it's quite complicated, you know. It's not, it's generational things, you know. Uncle Aldo giving this age and all this, he's doing his best so far. Yeah.
It's not alone, another one. You know me, I interviewed a lot of our politicians. Pagana Mom went through that. Thomas Sirula went through that, and we don't blame them, Nana, because these people, they were actually focusing on how to put our house, which is South Sudan, together. Lakin they should be proud of us, because today, if you're very good in technology and our elders are not good, well, this is a pride for them. So we are all together. أنا دارس كل أستاذ دكتور ألدو أجو برضو for his effort to come يعني في زمن بتاعه المتأخر ده يجي ويتكلم معنا. أنا أول يعني to be honest with you, I'm very proud of him, دكتور ألدو أجو, and to struggle to come to us. This is the nature of Dr. Aldo Ajo, and I wanted to assure you, if there are young people here, Aldo Ajo, there's all the young people, to be honest. He's always, there's all يعني always is upgrading himself to young people. عشان كده لما كل السياسيين مشغولين بحاجات السياسيه، دكتور ألدو أجو يعني قدر يعمل فريق بتاع كوره اسمه واجوما، it was funded by him يعني من جيبه طوالي كده، من جيبه ولا بنشرب بيبسي. واجوما كان احسن الفريق، احسن من الهلال واحسن من المريخ، ونحن عارفين ناس الهلال وناس المريخ، ناس شاندونغار قاعدين وشباب كتار قاعدين كانوا بيلعبوا في واجوما، ده كان وحده جنوب السودان. Aldo Ajo is a young people oriented person. When I say that, بيحب انه يكون قاعد في young generation, and that's why تشايفينه هو كمان is a very good example. And Dr. Aldo Ajo, let me tell you about him. Azoda بعد ما مشى مارس السياسة رجع مدرسة تاني, and he achieved his doctorate degree. ده انت ذاتك a young man, a human being who is alive today. يعني he's a very good يعني he's a motivator. He's a motivator leader, can be a very good example. If Aldo Ajo can achieve his doctorate by كله his political career لحد ما مشى بقى deputy speaker of the house, رجع مدرسة تاني وبقى دكتور. Manazulda is a very good example that can be يعني هو ذاته براو، انت ذاته قاعد في البيت بتاعك انت براك الليله ده. I want to tell you, if you are down in the down feelings, انت you see you بقيت زول كبير، لكن Aldo Ajo can be a very good example to you. If Aldo Ajo can make it after he بقى زول سياسي وكله نادى وياله بقى ناس نجح اجتماعيا ونجح سياسيا ورجع مدرسه بقى دكتور. What about me? Then Aldo Ajo is a very good example to the all African people and South Sudanese. Ustaz Simon is back. Ustaz Simon, can you tell us if Dr. Aldo Ajo is ready to come and brief us and tell us about what is going on? If I see you are still on the phone. I see Banya Wilson Tonakur is right here. I don't know if there's something you want to say, Banya Wilson, before I play the music and before we hear from Simon and before we hear again from Attilo. If there's something you want to say, Banya Wilson, I give you the floor.
Thank you. I don't have much to say. You can just play the music. And what I can tell to those who are listening here, as soon as Uncle comes, you can share this to your local forum so we can have more people to listen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Banya Wilson. People who don't know Wilson Tonaku is the leader and is the chairman of Apadang that you heard from the Apudukwe song. Apadang is a very big section in Jiang, and Tonaku is a bunch of all Apadang community in North America. And we have Abiel is a bunch of Apadang community in Canada. But the Rias al-Kabira kullu fi Wilson Tonaku. So Simon, I can see you back. Can you brief us what is going on? If Doctor is ready, we will bring him to the stage and then we let you guys again. Attilo disappear and Simon disappear. Otherwise, let us listen.
ممكن تبطل المزيد شوية.
Say again, Mr. Simon, say again, what did you just say?
I said, can you please mute the music now?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Simon. Welcome back to the stage again. Welcome back, Mr. Simon, Mr. Sakilo, and stage for you, Mr. Simon. If you want to take it over, you are welcome, Mr.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to apologize for our brothers and sisters who have been waiting. As you can see, we've had a mammoth of a task to overcome, which is the technological challenge, and not to mention the the time differences. But we got there in the end. Our elder is here. I'll introduce him properly. So I just need to kind of check to see if we can maybe have some sort of order for now. Attilo, I need to bring Uncle up to the stage first. So we need to guide him to come up to the here. He's in the audience. And then once we've done that, we will begin the proper proceedings. I just need to locate him. I just seen him. Randy, in invite a week bakwanye baben baben speaker. So can bakwanye invite Ketuji.
Yes, Uncle Aldo, as invitation, just accept that, and then that will bring you automatically upstairs here.
Yeah, Uncle Aldo, you need to accept to join as a speaker.
Simon, did you say that is within the audience?
Doctor
is here.
Yeah, doctor
is here.
Yeah, doctor is here. Yep.
Yes, welcome.
Alrighty. So the guest here, Uncle Aldo AJOU, is in
for sure.
In the house. So you guys listening in.
Hang on a second. Yes, I mute him. Yes, Simon, you can go ahead to put the room in order before we introduce him. And I would like to excuse some. I think we should be okay with the Brother Wilson's and Miracle. Simon, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Miss May is supposed to join us upstairs here, but that should be fine. And I know Brother Miracle is a big supporter for Young Council of Elders, and Brother Wilson as head of the Upper Down community in North America. It will not hurt us, but I want you to take it from here, Brother Simons. Please introduce our elder, Dr. ALDO John Dingakwe, to address the nations and the people of South Sudan. We have people here waited for quite some time, and we would like to apologize for technical delay that happened a while ago. And thanks God, Dr. ALDO, right now he joined the clubhouse, and from now onward, is going to be a permanent member of this club. He's going to address us, given his critical backgrounds as senior politicians and an elder to South Sudanese and Dinka in particular. So, Brother Simon, you can take the mic. Simon, are you there?
Just 1 second. All right. Finally, we got there. What a marathon. Okay. So today's briefing for Dr. ALDO AJOU is long overdue for us and for the wider South Sudanese public, because there's been a lot of accusatory statements that are made in the past couple of months on this platform and other social media platforms about JCE and also about the Dinka or Jane ethnicity. And we have been put under pressure to not only defend our elders, but also defend ourselves. We are all South Sudanese, citizens of the same country. The hardest thing is when your fellow citizen accuses you of something that you don't even comprehend. So this is a dialogue we are having as South Sudanese. Hopefully we can overcome our differences and fix our country and move forward. So without further ado, let me introduce Uncle ALDO Ajou. He's a prominent South Sudanese elder and an accomplished politician who joined politics from a very young age, since the 1960s. He became the commissioner of Bahr el Ghazal at the prime age of 37 years old. Among his other political accomplishments, he served both in Sudan and South Sudan governments with distinction, and he held ministerial positions across different portfolios. Arguably, his most pinnacle public servant employment has to be when he was appointed to the position of vice presidential in the old Sudan. Lastly, Dr. ALDO also served as a member of ministers, both in former Republic of Sudan and in South Sudan. As a JCE member, Dr. ALDO hails from Jeng or Dinka, Malwal Gerinyang of northern Bahr el Ghazal, in Awil East, also known as Abiam area. As I stated, the purpose of today's conversation, Uncle ALDO has been invited to speak today as a guest speaker on Jeng Nomtok Forum to educate people, especially our youth, because our youth have been involved, if you like, in media warfare about JCE. So Uncle ALDO is here today primarily to address questions around what is JCE, what is its aim, its objective, primarily for purposes of enlightenment. Perhaps of critical importance is to bust the myths about JCE in light of the recent relentless media campaign, or if you like, propaganda war against JCE and the Jeng ethnics in South Sudan. Mostly on social media platforms like Facebook and also here on Clubhouse. The assaults that have been relentless on JCE and the Jeng community are often, sadly, mostly conducted by known individuals, our fellow South Sudanese nationals, who are also active in the political arena and have current associations or affiliations with registered organizations, opposition parties, and groups in Southern Sudan. So they are part and parcel of the fabric of Southern Sudan who have been labeling this accusation that we as a GM feel that they are unfounded. So we need you today, Uncle, to clarify some of this stuff. The anticipated outcome from our point of view as the organizers of this forum, people to walk away from this forum with the true impression. To walk away today, this is our anticipated outcome. We hope by the time we finish, anyone that walks away from this forum, like I said, it's a dialogue we must have as South Sudanese, because we misunderstood each other. And the war we have in South Sudan is because of misunderstanding. We want to fix those things. So the key is for people to walk away with the impression of what JCE is, rather than the image that is portrayed by those who are opposed to JCE and opposed to the Jain community. So the outline, our discussion, the introduction, will allow you as our guest speaker, Uncle Dr. ALDO AJOU, to us. He is the formation, the objectives, the basics of what it is. And then as a housekeeping, we will have a general opportunity for people to ask questions at the end of the presentation. But we ask people as a courtesy to please make sure when you come up, you state your name, and we'll allow only one question. There will be a Q&A obviously at the end, which is after the presentation. And then after that, depending on how much time Uncle has with us tonight, we will take as many questions as possible. And please be polite and courteous, and then we will hopefully conclude. Before I hand it over to Uncle ALDO, I request I'll pause to give an opportunity for my fellow modes to make one or two remarks before we open the floor for our key speaker. So Attila, it's over to you.
Thank you, Brother Simon Henry, and thanks, Brother Miyako. I think we are running behind, so as a result, I'm not gonna weigh in. I think you said it all. The same thing should apply to Brother Wilson and Miyako, unless if you guys wanna weigh in brief, less than a minute, so we can let Dr. ALDO AJOU walk us through questions and remarks that were actually laid down by Simon Henry. Thank you. Miyako, if you have anything to say, otherwise we'll go to Wilson's, and please make it very brief. It's quite late to Dr. ALDO right now, and people actually were waiting for quite some time to hear from him. The Clubhouse and the social media was polarized. Young Council of Elders in particular was put as a product to be sold politically, and thanks God is here as a member of that organization to come and defend and tell us exactly what is Young Council of Elders and what they stand for and what is their objective. You see. So Miyako, in less than a minute, can you please come up?
As you have said it, brother, first of all, thank you, Brother Simon, for your effort to bring up and help our Dr. ALDO AJOU in technical issues. And thank you also, Tito, for what you just said, that we are really behind. And I have nothing much to say. I just want to welcome Dr. ALDO AJOU to the forum of Jing Anam to come and clear out all these accusations. There's nothing we can say. Simon has said it all. دكتور ألدو أجو شكرا لك لحضورك وشكرا لك للزمن بتاعك وربنا نقول لك كل سنة وأنت طيب ومرحبا بك في جينا نمتك. That's all I can say.
Wilson, any final remarks, or should we?
Wilson has been busy. We can proceed, Simon. Again, we say دكتور ألدو أجو مرحبا بك وكل سنة وأنت طيب وشكرا لك شكر كثير جدا عشان أنت قبلت الدعوة بتاع جينا أو نمتك وده ما عشان كلام جينا نمتك للجنوبيين كلهم وأنت هدية للجنوبيين بتاع العام الميلادي. شكرا لك يا دكتور وكل سنة وأنت طيب ومرحبا بك في جينا نمتك مرة.
Tilo, please unmute him. Tilo, please unmute Uncle ALDO. Uncle ALDO, the floor is yours.
Okay,
once
yes.
You are unmuted. You are at liberty to greet your people and proceed with your speech.
It doesn't give me the options.
I can say, Dr. ALDO, وأنت ماسك التليفون على عندك اليمين في علامه بتاع الميكروفون كده دوس فوقه بخليك تتكلم طوال يا دكتور. بيبول بجام تشين تشيدو تدوم تلفون ينتين تنغرا عريري لهم تدوم تلفون ينتين أنا options of share أنا option نang namuran nang class أنا تنران أنا تنام ميكروفون كن نيجي بيبول بجام طوالي welcome back to welcome to Yenga Namtok. We cannot do that.
Okay, I think let Sister Diplomat come up because she have the green for the club itself. I don't have the green. That's why I don't have the option of muting people. Diplomat, if you don't mind, you want to come up, please, Diplomat. I think the green. Yes,
giving me that option for some reasons. I wonder. Let a quick come instead. I don't think I could. Something happened somewhere. Sorry. My apology.
It's okay.
Tầm ba cái đằng trên ba mute ba phải làm việc rồi leo anh ba tụi anh nhìn just yeah. We've got a technical issue. He moved himself back to audience. Now I'll bring him back.
No, I brought him back. Okay. He can speak right away. That's the only way that you can do it. Thank you. I brought him back. He can speak right away. Yeah. Let me bring him back as an audience. Let me bring him back as an audience, and his mic will be open, and he can speak right away.
Okay.
Yeah.
I brought me an uncle. Come up.
Come
up. Join as a speaker. Yes, thank you.
Again, شكرا لك يا دكتور ALDO AJOU ومرحبا بك وعامك بخير وشكرا لك شكر كثير وانت هديه للجنوبيين كلهم وللسودانيين كانت انسان يعني رمز وطني. مرحبا بك وزي ما اخوي سايمون قبل قال واتيلو قال welcome to the forum of Yenga Namtok to come and brief us based on those questions and based on those that introduction that Brother Simon have said. Welcome, Dr. ALDO AJOU.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me now?
We
Yes.
hear you very clear.
Yes.
We hear you very clear.
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much indeed. I have got all the questions, and my introduction is quite correct. And the questions are really straightforward and timely. I say timely because we have moved from stage one. That was stage one, I call it 2013 to 2018. And stage two is where we are from 2018. Stage one is the time, at the time the fire started here and was triggered, you know what triggered it. And we were not anywhere thinking about Yin anyway, nothing. And we had time to spend on this. But what took us, actually, what prompted us to form ourselves as JCE, not really delegated by the Denka community, but we selected ourselves to bring up self-defense, because the politicians that actually went to war against SPLM, they think that it was against Salva Kiir as a Denka, which is wrong. They made war against SPLM because they were all members of SPLM. And as soon as they made war, beginning January 2014, they brought up the stories. We were not there before. The stories actually indicated Salva Kiir as a Denka and Denka government. And they did not stop there. They brought all this up, even in the UN Security Council. And a propaganda, fictitious propaganda circulated and actually accepted basically by Khartoum that it is the Denka that made war and it is the Denka that has a government, and all they went through their literature. If you go back to their war, it's all about Denka. And we wonder why politicians actually broke out for the war and they have no ideology. They have no basic issues for human beings, people, what people wanted them to do and what they wanted to do for the country. And they lost the way to nationalism. They completely lost it and they dwell on them. We didn't like that. And we say, do we leave it unanswered? Because keeping quiet is taken as acceptance. And no one was there to answer. We were not answering on behalf of SPLM government, which was true. It's the government of SPLM run by Salva Kiir. It was not anybody in the Delta that appointed Salva Kiir. Yes, we voted for Salva Kiir in the ticket of SPLM, and he came. And in the ticket of SPLM, the parliament that was elected, and on 9 July 2011, proved that Salva continue on transition and transitional constitution until election that would be done 2015. That was missed. We didn't stop. We answered. Whether that was United States or Troika, we answered. That was UN or anybody else, we answered. If that was Khartoum, and that was our conviction. We have no any another ideology to say. We were defending what? That the government is not and was not the government. It is the government that was done through a war. SPLA brought up and came, and victory by negotiation, which don't guarantee. The CPA was a victory, and the victory of the SPLA was very transparent, very clear, and this can be accepted by the whole North. That one could not be a Denka. It was South Sudan that was fighting the war, and they came up and they brought us up to referendum when we voted for independence. And we voted what? The proof is that we voted 99%. All South Sudan voted for 99%. We didn't make any mistake. And we went through. We went through and we followed the negotiation which started. We took a group of people from prison to refuge in Kenya. The politicians that have come back now. Now, in this negotiation, we were very much behind. In also the input into national dialogue, we were there. And we were there not just Denka, in the ticket of SPLM. All of us are SPLM. And why? Because the SPLM has a lead and has history of victory. And that is what they fought for. And what we fought for, all of us. And that is why we say it is the SPLM, because of history and ideology. We are actually African Liberation Movement. Yeah, and our manifesto and constitution is just like manifesto of Angola, manifesto of Zimbabwe, manifesto of Tanzania, South Africa counted. We are in the center there. Now, we have come to a new stage. The new stage is the agreement. The agreement, the revitalized agreement for a solution of conflict in South Sudan. This is the agreement. And we accepted the agreement, although the agreement is so complicated and bogus because it was based on a conspiracy to liquidate South Sudan as a republic. It was a conspiracy in our eye in Khartoum. And that conspiracy pointed at the SPLA as a militia, to be equated with militias. We condone it and Salva signed it. It is the same thing that complicated all the issues so that it will actually remove Salva Kiir and retrieve South Sudan. For who in Khartoum, we don't know. We were very clear, seeing it very clearly. Now, at this stage, after the agreement was signed by Salva Kiir and assigned by the rest of the people, about 53 parties of them, we accepted it. So at this stage now, the second, the number two stage where we are, we have accepted to see that this agreement is implemented. It is complicated, but we are human beings. If we are all nationalists, including the AJOU or anybody, all these parties, if they are really working for leadership of South Sudan and they are nationalists, we can correct and we can make agreement right in according to our interests. Our national interests can make this agreement be implemented correctly in what we want. What we want in the agreement, we should look at it and see what we don't want, all of us, if we are all nationalists. My friends, the problem now is with the JCE is not any longer fighting anybody. We were out to answer the politicians who were politicians. Some of them, you know, they are dead tribalists. You know, some of them spoiled the African front in University of Khartoum. They damaged African front in Cairo and anywhere. And always about the Denka. These people have not given up since they were students. They continue to say Denka, and that is their politics. That politics has no substance, has no ideological substance. It has no program for people of South Sudan, and it has actually violated the intention of South Sudanese when they voted 99% in referendum. And we are now here to say that we defend the national zone where Salva Kiir is, because all of them have walked back to their communities. They have deserted the national forum, and they are talking about Denka. This, we have not gone enough. There is no question of a Denka discriminating other people, because where are we? We got independence, and we went only for 1 year, and they went to war. What was the space for the government, the core Denka government, to do anything? But it was very difficult to input on education, on health, and several services because of themselves. Now, it is not the case. We are calling for reconciliation and restoration of trust and confidence among the same leaders, so that they actually handle this complicated thing, and we want them to implement it. My presence and others in the parliament is only for the purpose of this peace to be implemented. It is not for the purpose to remove Salva Kiir. If you tell me that the regime change of Salva Kiir, where is the government that was run by Salva Kiir from 2011 to 2018? Where is it now? That one has elapsed. And what we have now is the government, which is a coalition government, a transitional coalitional government of parties, prescribed by percentages. And I'm saying here, I'm now representing the SPLM in the percentage of 55% of the 650. Where is the government they are calling to be the regime change. Which government do they want to change? That, in other words, they want to derail the agreement because that is their interest. They want to destroy South Sudan and they want to liquidate the presence of a nation called South Sudan in the world map. We reject this. We are now going to defend, and we have changed. We are not going to talk against anybody because no one is talking against us now. It is proven that this lot of people have lied to the world and they have lied to their communities because they were the aggressors. Now they have nothing really to say we are sorry because they are mistaken and all thing is a lie. And it is a propaganda that was empty, and because it was a lie actually dies a complete death always. It doesn't live. But the truth is always living. We are here now to defend the revitalized the government of unity. And we want to see that this peace is done. We are anxious to see that our national army is declared tomorrow. Whether they have got weapons or sticks or spears, we want our national government, national army to be in place. And we want the rest of the things to be in their places so that we challenge them in elections. We have to give the freedom and challenge anybody in elections to come and tell South Sudanese why that person went to war, tell South Sudanese why he's contesting election to become a president, on what agenda, and all that is what we want to see. So we are not any longer at this stage 2 talking about JC. We have emerged from national dialogue with unity and the constitution. We want this country to be enacted, and we are here in the parliament representing the political parties and waiting to actually revise or legislate the new laws in order to do what? To create our institutions appropriately and correctly so that we get to the surface of freedom, liberties, democracy, and the rule of law. This is what we are saying. My friends, this is my explanation. I might have skipped some areas of interest, but those I skipped can actually maybe they can be raised in the questions. I am really ready and happy to answer any question. No question will be difficult for me because the people I'm confronting lie to the world, and we have already dismantled them. We have refuted everything, and we have put them to their advantage. They have nothing to say. So I don't want to go back and talk about the jail. That one went with the space of time. Now the space of time is peace, and peace must be peace. This time is the area of freedom, and South Sudanese must be free and enjoy democracy and the rule of law and the right to select their representatives and their rulers. Thank you very much. This is what I have to say.
Honorable ALDO, thank you so much for that concise presentation about the current state of affairs of the JCE in the scheme of the campaign that has been raging in the platforms of social media. It may not have covered all the areas, but I think for conciseness, I think you were very concise. Thank you for that. There are some areas that, like you rightly said, need to be revisited or maybe talked about, especially the issue of the land. I for one, I am one of those people that would like to want that issue addressed because it's a very contentious issue, and rightly so. As we know, land is always very precious. And I hope in your second opportunity you could of significance is the system of governance. As you guys are moving and supporting the government of national unity to iron their differences and take South Sudan from this dangerous zone of conflicts to a zone of understanding and running a viable government that can take our people into nation building. You know, and we've been stuck in this mode, in this gear. This is gear one. We haven't shifted to gear two. We need that. Yes, we needed that yesterday. So, in your second chance, also I'd like you to focus on the system of governance. There's a lot of sense in the community, in diaspora, and no doubt as well back home that the best system of governance would have to be the federalism. We know there's different types of federalism. I live in Australia. We have a form of federalism. My brother Attilo is in Canada. They've got a form of federalism. And so it's as an example, South Sudanese prefer it because that will also hopefully address some of the concerns that communities have about the land issue. So somehow in your second presentation or in your second opportunity to remark back about those, I think if you can cover the issue of system of governance, touching on federalism, but also the issue of land, it will be really, really important to hear from you about that. I think I will pause and allow my co-modes to maybe put in their comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Simons, and once again, thank you, Dr. Aldo, for revealing yourself and come to Clubhouse and address your nations, your people of South Sudan. And then thank for this brief and precise presentation. My question before we open the floor for people to ask, I think in the room downstairs, there is those of Pakanamon that are listening here, and other movements are here, people that have very strong statement toward the JEC, General Council of Elders, that you represent or member of, and accuse them as the one actually behind why South Sudan's become as a failed state. What I want to say is this: there is a book or report written by Dr. Parker Curls. She is a Canadian who's actually was in South Sudan. That book was actually based on anecdotal report where she interviewed those of Joshua, member of your organizations, and the report was very biased toward the Dinka, that the Young Council of Elders have these intentions of changing the demographic of South Sudan, other areas, in particular the Equatoria and Upper Nile. Dr. Lam came a few weeks ago and actually echoed the same statements. I don't know if you came across that report of Dr. Parker. Is something that I want you to elaborate and put some emphasis, if you don't mind. And I would let Sister Akwich and Brother Miyakol to weigh in before the floor. And after that, we will open the floor for the people to come and ask you. And I know you very well, so me and you know my dad. We are from the same geographical district, Badge in Will East. I told a lot of people that Dr. Aldo is not someone that is easy. He knows how to answer and he knows how to mingle and all this. Thank you once again for coming and share with us this beautiful moment. Quickly and wait, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ustaz Attilio and Miyakol, Simon, and Uncle Dr. Aldo AJOU. Thank you for this opportunity, and most of all, we want to welcome you to Clubhouse. It's sad that you have to be with us here during Christmas season, but there's no better day. Each day has its time, and so we believe that you being here today is a sign that South Sudanese need peace, and Christmas is a time that people need to unite as Christians and have peace in their heart. We've not been having peace here in Clubhouse as South Sudanese, and one of the most with that,
very much, dear Sister Pete. And thank you very much again, Dr. AJOU. Maybe a lot of people, I'm glad that, as my brother Tilo has mentioned, that Pagana Mom is here, and I see also Suzanne Jambo. And I don't know if these people, they know you personally, and they know who you are as the most nationalist Sudanese before we become a South Sudan. You may not know me personally, but I know you because I'm a young boy when you were in Jabra. I know your house and the color of your house, and the great thing that you have done when you were in Khartoum by forming a team, a football team, calling it Wajuma, Wow Juba Malakal, to unite the youth and to prevent the young men not to involve in criminals and to be this, and you engage them to do something very good, and it was funded by you directly from your pocket. It was not a government of Sudan, neither was it a government of Sudan. And I was quite surprised when you were actually just accused it as a tribalist. And I'm glad that even your writings that you mentioned it today, that there are some leaders who are actually very tribalist. And I'm glad today you came here so you can clear it to people. When we talk about you guys, we were accused that we just defending our elders simply because they are from where we are from, but they don't know you personally. I'm really quite very happy that you are here today, and I'm glad Pagana Moab is here to know you, who you are, and I'm a witness, and most of the South Sudanese are here today to witness what I just said, that when you formed a team called Wajuma and was funded by you, and we drink and we eat in your own house. It was not a political thing. It was something that pure for the people of South Sudan. You mentioned something also very important. I will answer so many questions. You did not want to talk about things, and I'm glad that we will open a door and open a stage for people to come and ask you questions, and you will answer them. برضو انت قلت كلام كويس انه الحكومه الموجوده دي اللي احنا في البرلمان, and that's where I want to support you, and today I want Miracle to let people know why I support JCE based on the statement that you just said today, that we want to support this revitalized transitional government of national unity and the peace to be implemented. And everybody who put his voice to that, and that's what I've been crying for almost since 2013 until today, that let us support the peace agreement, because this peace agreement is the only way to take us to an election. And you said it, that let us go and challenge ourselves in election. That's why I support JCE, and thank you that you brought that up, Dr. ALDO. And I hope South Sudanese will know this government is not a government of tribe, it's not a government of anybody. And Pagan is here. And Pagan is a part of this. He signed this peace agreement. Pagan is a part of the government. He's a general secretary of the SPLM, and at the same time, he's a chairman of the FD, that represented by Rebecca Nyandeng. But those of Pagan are confusing us here on the social media, confusing the young people that there's a regime to be removed. And that regime, they give it a name as a regime of Salva Kiir Mayardit and regime of Jiang. But you said it clearly that this government is a revitalized transitional government of national unity. And my support is not just for the government and for the JCA. My support is for this peace agreement to be implemented as you said it. Again, thank you, Dr. ALDO, to come and let people of South Sudan to know today, and as Tilo has said it, and to clear who are the Jiang Council of Elders and what government is this? Is it a government of a certain party, or is it a revitalized transitional government of national unity? And thank you very much.
Ms. Peace, you can open the mic to Dr. ALDO to respond. I think we were very actually brief and precise from Brother Simon's, the best system of governance for South Sudan from your own perspective, and from me, the report that was written by Dr. Carol Parker, who was actually Canadian, and there was a report put out under the title Ethnocide, where she accused the Young Council of Elders to have this ill intention of changing demography of the people of Equatoria and the rest of South Sudan to advance the Dinka interests. What happened to Uncle Lando?
I know that is good.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I think that's all. And then from there, we will open the floor for the questions. We will bring 3 people to ask a question. And then after they ask their question, we'll bring them on and we'll go for the next group. And I would like to encourage those head of the movement, head of parties, revolutionist parties in diaspora, on the grounds like those of NAS movement and real SPLM under the Rafiq. Dr. Aldo is here as a member of the Young Council of Elders, and there is a lot of level against them that the one actually be accountable by the political demand has been resumed, I think. So, bringing up
Yes. Gina, I have these 2 questions. Clarification of land problem and problem. We came to the country, and a very big number that went to liberation movement. And we actually decided to resume our capital, Juba. And a lot of people came through to Juba. In Juba, there were areas where there was no dwelling. And those areas were captured by the SPLA when they came in just replacing the moving the army of Khartoum. For example, this area called Tonkin, it was up to the airport. It was a dwelling place of the army of Khartoum, and also the other areas near the Jabal, near the mountain, Jabal Kunjur. Now, this is a confusion in the town, and that the Ministry of Lands did not come up with a program and the law how the citizen of this country can own lands. There is no policy statement that came out from the government where all these people who are fighting were in, including those who are actually claiming the land to have been taken by people. The other also is the people moving with their cattle, the nomads, especially those moving from Upper Nile to Equatoria. There is a little bit of people to say something because our people who are moving there are moving with guns and their cows, and they don't want to listen to the citizen of that area, those who have farms and all that. That is a very serious problem. But take it from me, the land grabbing which is going on is a part of the campaign. It's a part of the campaign, and you know that. And it is only where in Central Equatoria, no place anywhere, even in Wow, the Luo have got the land, and then they have more cows. They come there is no complaint. Anyway, in Upper Nile, there is no complaint except Malakal town. So, I want to say that the question of land has to be addressed and be addressed, and the law that governs the land should not be confused with a land belong to community. And you know, the chiefs and community leaders messed it up because they took charge of distribution of land. And you can find now a lot of land given to some individuals are random. And they took the money, not the government. And the government knows that people who are not actually organized and they are not the state are distributing the land. And they never stop them, even in Juba. So the lack of law there governing the land, it is disorganized, is the problem. It is not South Sudanese who are a problem. Plus, the politicians want to pick up an area which they don't even cite the absence of law. That is the problem. We need a legislation. We need to review the law because the land actually is owned by community. There is nothing wrong with it. Because at the end, the land ownership is organized and controlled by the government, courts, and so on. There are cases to settle the dispute of land in the absence of law and then take it to the chiefs. It was a mistake of the government, which actually later on fought itself in 2013. That is what I can say about land. Others can say more. Let me go to the system of government we see that can be fit for South Sudan. Our case is very unique because the way we came to be one country called South Sudan is far back, very, very far back. Before the reconquest of Sudan by British and Egypt, and before they actually came to South Sudan to set up what is the government and claim South Sudan as one territory, one entity. You know, the first man, and that is in the book of Lamarcon, General Kitchener, came in September 1898. And that was when they evicted the French there, who were in Pashota. And you know, that was the starting how to put South Sudan together because we were nothing but the rivers. We were all over without knowing one another. We didn't know the word that is in Equatoria, and Equatoria did not know us. And the British put it together. Starting from 1899, and we became what was known as South Sudan. And after that, the British brought us that system of government. You know, the United Kingdom is not actually united, in fact, like a federation. It is a unitary state with a local government that is actually ruling itself. The Scottish, the English, the Wales, the Northern Ireland, of course, are part of that. They came by this sort of religion. And they rule themselves separately. They did this to us. They created for us Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bargaza. And then they went down with the districts. And what did they do? They actually took the native administration in Bargazal, governed by one British officer, and the native administration and our own regulations and rules that governed South Sudan for 57 years. So we had a system that governed us for 57 years, a system that actually promoted our languages in Upper Nile, separately in Equatoria and Bargazal. That was the system that stayed with us for 57 years. And you know, after the British went in 1956, it got diluted by Khartoum. They wanted us to be different people, to be Muslims and Arabs. And collectively we resisted that. And we managed it. We became now independent. So let us look for ourselves what is suitable for us. In the national dialogue, we contributed and we discovered that what is suitable for us is a federal system that must avoid ethnicity, that must avoid the nationalities, and base it on territorial rule like the British did. Every district was shared by different ethnicities. And it worked well. It went together. And now, if I say ourselves in Baragada, we have 3 languages. We have actual Denka language, we have the Luo language, and we have the Indoko language for Fertit. 3 languages only. And these were brought up by the British. So we think that the federal system we want to get to ourselves is a federal system that will recognize territories that can be governed together. It is a system that should actually recognize the fact that a successful federal government, like in the United States or Canada or Australia or India, as you have said it, and others, is the one that recognizes a rule, a self-governing state, self-governing state, which has got powers of security to maintain that small territory in the interest of the nation, of sovereignty. And it must be a territory that can actually build itself and develop their own resources without prejudice to the right of the national government. This is what we simply put over to South Sudanese, and we came out from National Dialogue United. All South Sudanese, including Pagana Mom, I assume, have accepted the recommendations of the National Dialogue because we came out united. We went in quarreling. And when we went to the base and examined the people, we got the people who were saying the same thing in Equatoria, saying the same thing in Upper Nile, saying the same thing in Baragada. And we level up from the state to the regional state, 3 regions. And the overall national conference we had. Now, this is for us very vital. This is what we have to discuss. Because our unity is at stake. Let us accept it. Our unity is not the same. We are not the same where we were. And we, all of us, must recognize that we have gone wrong. And that we have to correct this wrong in order to do what? To create a tranquility of this country, a life together, and we come to have to love our country and love ourselves and develop to merge with the world. This is what we see, that if people continue to insist on their own, see, by character assassinating some of the communities and make it as the weapon of them to govern, those people are wrong. And myself, I recognize that if I were wrong, the quotation that a person, human being, learns from his own mistakes. I have to. We have made mistakes, all of us. We must come back and recover. So, federal system is what can accommodate us, like the local government that accommodated us, which was a brand of Britain. They brought it to us, and they brought it to Australia. They brought it to Canada, you see, and they brought it to India even, and other countries, and they have succeeded. But let us not say Nigeria has failed. No, Nigeria failed because you know the corruption there. It is not actually the administration got corrupted, and the people got actually corrupt, and it died like that. The same thing. What we don't want is the Ethiopian Federation. It is based on ethnicity. It will not work. That one can actually will not integrate, cannot put itself together. So that is what I believe we have to get in together, and I believe that the politicians out there, if their move is for any of them, the ambition of becoming a ruler of this country, let them drop something called tribalism and try to make a move. If this is our country, let us move towards it in order to retrieve it and build it as a nation of equals, and a nation of justice, and a nation of liberties, democracy, and the rule of law. This is what I believe. And we have got a chance. This chance should not be lost. And I tell you, if these are the politicians of South Sudan that take us to personal confrontation, we may not make it. Because as we speak now, the government of national unity is not together, simply because I disagree with so and so, and the whole thing has become personal. It is not the interest of our nation. Let us actually get our nation interest. And I'm very happy 8,000 Sudanese should yeah, so, now, I can do this, that I have no personal enemy in South Sudan. If there is an enemy, it will be the enemy. I call to Khartoum, stick a gun, to shoot the sound from the gun with that. We know we were in Khartoum. And the ones it does to build militia, we refuse. And we are here. Like myself, if I were to take up militia, it would have not been anybody else. But we did not. And when we came, our people came to power before they took up of this fighting, we were marginalized. You must know that we know it. Like I'm talking to you, I am a person marginalized by but I don't care about that. What I want to see is the country to stand on its own, and the interest of our people and the interest of Africa. This is what I want to see. Now, the two areas this is my answer to two areas. Unless if I have skipped anything. This is, I feel like I'm convinced that we can get out of this crisis if we get ourselves as nationalists and feel that our country ills have to be treated, all of us. Tomorrow you can see everything happening. It is actual politics based on individual conflict. That's what is leading us. Thank you.
خلي الميكروفون ده فاتح. انا لو يا ريت خلي الميكروفون ده فاتح. نشوف سيستر always just time before to the stage and they can ask about.
Yeah, ALDO, that was very precise presentations on how South Sudan should be and I actually agree with you absolutely. There was questions, maybe you didn't notice that, regarding the report that was actually put up by Dr. Carol Parker. She's a Canadian in 2018 under the title Ethnocide, where she blamed the Dinka to be a problem of South Sudan and were in conflict. They have this intention of changing the demographic of South Sudan by moving the Dinka from the area to invade the others area to be specific, the Equatoria and the Malakal. With that said, I have a question from Dr. Swale. He's one of the audience downstairs. He's a member of Emmanuel Yawin's movement. He said, what is Dr. ALDO view on the land grabbing issue in Equatoria and Malakal? Very specific. I want you to elaborate, if you don't mind, before we open the floor for the public to ask you some question, and you can tell us what time and how much time left with you to answer and engage with us, because we want to keep you for all night. There is tomorrow, there is next week, there is next month, and thank God you joined the clubhouse, and we're going to leave you. We are going to schedule some series of rooms, including yourself and Uncle Joshua and the rest of the council in December. You see, as I said, now I will yield mic back to Brother Simon.
Yeah, I think also we acknowledge the presence of all the distinguished members of or leaders of South Sudanese parties that are in this room today. As I said at the outset of my conversation, this is a dialogue that we must have, and a dialogue we must have is always very painful, because there are things that we're gonna hear. We need to embrace tolerance. In a democracy, you must have tolerance. Those of us that live in Western countries know what tolerance looks like and what it feels like. But for a young democracy, it's a hard journey. So let us tolerate each other. As you hear things being said, it was difficult the past couple of months, being a GM and being on the receiving end. So I'm glad that we're having this dialogue. Let us open our hearts and answer questions in a truly nationalistic way. And I thank Uncle Aldo for his nationalistic responses. So without further ado, I'd like us to remind us about housekeeping. It's very important if you come up here to introduce yourself in your name. We are all South Sudanese, and it's also very important to respect people. If you're going to speak foul language, we will have no choice but to remove you from the stage. But like Attilo said, I encourage the leaders of entities in Southern Sudan that are in the room tonight that would like to, put across their viewpoints, to come up, and my fellow will we can ask questions. I think it's best if any person that comes up to the podium asks one question. But very important, like I said, try and introduce yourself, who you are, and if you represent a party or a member of, say that, and then ask your question. We need this to be a dialogue, a beginning of a long dialogue, a road to recovery, a road to nation building. So thank you. Miakon?
Miss, I just saw you that you just came out as a moderator. Miss Peace, I don't know what you guys going to do. I'm going to do my thing that I do. I don't know, Dr. Aldo AJOU, can you open the mic to see? Can you open the mic, Dr. Aldo? If you cannot, I know what to do. Bring you up again so your mic to be open. Dr. Aldo AJOU, تقدر تفتح الميكروفون بتاعك لو داري جاوب. Okay, I know what to do, but I just want to open the floor to people. Before I open the floor to people, we have two new moderators with us. We have Miss Peace and we have Miss May. I don't know what you guys want to say. By then, you're saying what you want to do. You are talking what you want to say. Let me do this thing so his mic can be open so we can open the floor. Only 3 people, and as Simon has said, only one question as an individual. Question, and question bin a question mark. I know sometimes we come and say stories, lakini jamana aswal huwa binte kida, is kida. Why? How? Please, binte a question mark. We don't want stories. Thank you.
All right, so Sister Peace and Sister Macy, Miss May, sorry you arrived late, and we had all sorts of challenges. So Miss May was part of the organizing crew. There are other people down who I will mention later towards the end of the presentation. So you need to assist with hand raising. We don't need to overcrowd the podium, but if we have 3 or 4 at the most, and like I said, let's stick to people introducing themselves and asking their question very clearly to give Uncle an opportunity to respond to it in a comprehensive manner. And also, Uncle, we need to be guided by you at any point. If you feel you're tired and you can not continue, we can end the room and then schedule another one. This is a dialogue that starts today, and it will not stop until we have addressed all our concerns. Thank you.
Ms. Peace and Ms. May, you want to hurry up, please?
Yeah, I will let Ms. May go. I don't have anything to say or to ask at the moment. So, Ms. May, you go ahead.
Hello, everybody, and moderators, the presence of Uncle AJOU and presence of all the honorable guests from the other parties. I greet you all. I just woke up. The time that we had scheduled, like we said, has actually made a lot of obstacles in the way, but thankfully we have managed to have Uncle AJOU with us here today. I won't have much to say, but just to keep it as peaceful as we can. And we thank you, Uncle AJOU, for having accepted our invitation. It's quite an honor and a privilege as well. And I hope we will be able to learn as much as we can from you today. And I will stop right here. Thank you.
Okay. I think we got up to this juncture. And I would like to encourage the rest of the South Sudanese political entities whom are actually present right here. I see Brother Dominic Waji from the NAS movement and Sister Teresa. Pakana Mom was with us and he left. I don't know why. Probably there is someone from the real SPLM. We would like to encourage you to come up and ask your questions because there was a polarizations against the Young Council of Elders in the social media, to be specific, the Clubhouse, that they are the one actually behind the political demise and the fearless state of South Sudan. The man is here, Dr. ALDO is here to answer you. As a matter of fact, he's not here just today. He will be here tomorrow, next month, and next week. So please, Ms. A, Ms. B, bring 3 people up and let them ask the questions and bring a lot upstairs. That they will go up. You will have about 10, 15 questions and we will end the room from there until another room. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So if any of you has disabled it, please and
I will do so.
Change. Okay. Thank you.
There may be ALDO here, right?
I have John Uchang, join the podium. You want to mute your mic, Mr. John? And we have Samuel, Mr. Samuel. Thank you for joining us. One more person, and then from there we will let them ask their questions. Uncle ALDO, just to give you
I brought Jabil up. Jabil is up there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay, very good, very good. Yes, we will start with John Uchang. Ask your questions, and please, these are questions, not comments or remarks. Because,
only one question.
No, hang on a second. Yes, hang on a second. I just want to get the heads up to Dr. ALDO. John Uchang is a South Sudanese. It's one of the people that are pushing for unity and peace of South Sudan. But recently, he went and pulled out the report of Dr. Carol Parker, who is actually Canadian reporters, came up with a report in 2018 accusing the Young Council of Elders to change or to be the problem of South Sudan. And he was actually running that room for quite some time. and it's good for him to come up. I hope he's going to be very precise to ask you a question, because he was engaged in a campaign against your organization as the Young Council of Elders. John, you want to take the floor, please?
Thank you, Attilio. Thank you, Miracle, and everybody. And thank you, Dr. ALDO, AJOU. ALDO, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. I am the person who is having a propaganda against you, the Young Council of Elders. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you, the audience and the moderators, for giving me a chance. But today, you have made me really paralyzed in a speech, because you are really very honest. You are very honest, Aldo. You are very honest. And I respect you as a father. I respect you as my father. You are really very honest. One more, my question, I will not go far to talk too much things. I am the person who really campaigning for the unity of the people of South Sudan. The Jiang will never change South Sudan. Equatoria will never change South Sudan. Even any community will never change South Sudan. The union of the people of South Sudan will change South Sudan, and we will live a better country. My question to you, as my father, you are my father. My father actually is not existing. My father, Saturnino Ogore, Latuka, from Tori. I am a son from Tori. My name is John Luko Chiang. So I want to ask you one thing. I forget about this thing, is the tribalism of Shunu, Kalaman Pari. And then later, I want to ask you things only one. You mentioned about election. Election, we support it. Kalam Talen, Aleta Onusude, you have really defined, which I have defined to the people of South Sudan. Gali, you are not supposed to be crucifying the Dinkas. You are not supposed to be crucifying the Dinkas. The Dinkas are innocent in Juba. It is your own people who are selling the land to the Dinkas. You have defined it. You have defined it 100%, and I agree with you. There is no need for people to be always talking about it, because it is your people who are selling the land. But I want to only ask you, can you close? Can somebody close the mic? And then I just said a word to my uncle, Aldo. Thank you. Aldo, regarding the election of South Sudan, how can really people make election in the country? Because how can people make election in the country if millions of South Sudanese are out of the country? And if these people want to return back, they will be met with harassment. Last week, in my own state of Eastern Equatoria, the Mari people and the Acholi returned from Uganda, and they were really being harassed by Tiger Battalion. My uncle, election in South Sudan to change the government, or the people of South Sudan to choose the government that they want. How can it come if people are not in the country? And that is why, for me, I'm campaigning in the clubhouse. And my campaign will not end. It will continue. And I would like you to answer this question. Meanwhile, this is not the end. This is the beginning. One day, one time, you will come to the room of Munyomiji and Onyomiji system. The Young Council of Elders are not the only elders in South Sudan. We have the Latuka, Munyomiji, Supreme Council of Elders. They are in Juba with you. We have the Bari. We have the Dinka. we have the Nuer. All of you are the Supreme Council of the community. So I'm not going to talk much about that, even include the book of Carol. I cannot mention it because I'm limited with the time to ask you a question. I'm only asking about the election. People are not in the country. Since people are not in the country, how can we really make election? Thank you.
I think you've made your point clear. We'll stop there and then we'll let Uncle answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. May. I think we're going to take the 3 questions. Sorry, Mr. John. Your message was very clear, and I would like to thank you by disregarding all these campaigns and propaganda. That's what you said in your first remarks, and I really appreciate that. The question is to Uncle Aldo, Dr. Aldo, to answer, and now we will go to Ustaz Samuel. Ustaz Samuel, المساحة الآن عليك. أنا عارفة أنت رجل ساهمت كثير يعني، رغم أنه في بعض من التجاوزات منك، لكن الفرصة الآن متاحة لك تسأل إحدى كبار أعيان الدين كان لو سمحت تفضل. شكرا
جزيلا. Before someone comes, I just want to be very clear, Uncle John, and thank you, John, for your question. I think when Uncle addresses, there are 2 parameters for that question that was raised by John. One is the insecurity, which is a critical one, and the logistical nightmares of the people in the refugee camps and internally displaced persons and stuff like that. So these 2 key points, you need to tie them to that question of election: the logistical nightmares and also the issue of insecurity in the community.
I know.
My second question, I want to just add the second question.
No, John, no.
It's only one question. It's only one question.
And we will move you to the audience until we
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, before we go to Samuel, Dr. Aldo, I hope you are keeping note of this. There was a question earlier about the report of Dr. Carol Parker, who was actually Canadian. She was based in South Sudan. She put up a report in 2018 that the problem of South Sudan is Dinka. And she accused the Young Council of Elders, where she have this account anecdotal report based on interview that she conducted with a member of South Sudanese, including Uncle Joshua. It's something that I don't know if you came across that. You can elaborate on that a little bit before you answer question of Brother John. Now, Samuel, the floor is yours, brothers. Thank you.
Before it goes to Brother Samuel, you repeated twice, and actually in that report, there is no evidence that Dr. Carol that she interviewed Uncle Joshua Dow, but sometimes it can be something that hearsaying or maybe some from other. We would put it this way: if there's saying that that she interviewed, but there's no evidence that she interviewed Dr. Dow, because the word of that book cannot be the word of Dr. Dow. That's why the other day we asked Michael Crossover to go and interview Dr. Dow if he were actually interviewed by Dr. Carol. There's no evidence.
Yes, Brother Michael, that's why I said it's anecdotals, because it's unreliable and uncredible information came in that report. I was asking Dr. Aldo if he came across that. The reason being that that report generated a lot of discussions and disunity among South Sudanese in social media. That's why it is very important if we can hear from him, if he came across that. Not to disregard, I know Dr. Carol herself breached the code of ethics, professional ethics as a reporter. It's not a subject right now, but if Dr. Aldo came across that report, he's more than welcome to elaborate. Otherwise, we will give the mic to Ustaz Samuel.
Can I come in, please?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Brother Achilio and Michael and Simon and Uncle and Grandpa, Dr. Aldo Ajou, the former deputy of Prime Minister of Sudan, around that time. Actually, my name is Samuel Peter Uyai. I'm a political analyst. expert on the African politics of Horn of Africa, and much concerned about the politics of identity for the modern and ancient people societies. My question will goes like that. First of all, the South Sudanese as one of the post-colonial state that are facing the problem of the building of the nation and state building, and then this is how the SPLM they fail on that to adopt all these ideas. And you, as one of the political scientists, actually, I look for. I think I came across your articles and your essays in, I think in your last research that you get in a PhD. You know that the most important thing about the post-colonial state they facing two things. One, the politics of identities, which is based on the ethnics or sometimes the religion, like what is happening in Sudan. It was based on the religion, politics. South Sudan now actually is based on that. And it is a similar politics of the region action. It's happening in Uganda, and then it's happening in Kenya. As one of the giant politician and then well experienced politician and the leaders of the South Sudan, I was surprised that how you can be able to get yourself to feed yourself within a smaller vehicle, depending on the ethnic study, like it's whatever JCE, and then to come up and saying that you're looking for interest of the young people in the middle of the crisis in the South Sudan and failure of the SPLM as a party, rather than to come up with a big vehicle that they can be able to take all the people of South Sudan for the building of the nation. Is it political, ideological bankruptcy at that time? Or it is what I need a question about all this, because it's related with something that sometimes we as an African or sometimes as a South Sudanese, the politics of identity is played a role in the central of our political engagement, even in the building of the nation. And as I mentioned, it happened in Kenya when the Gema nation they emerged at that time, and they've been dislodged by Moi. It has happened also through Obote.
Simon, get to the point. Ask a question, please.
Okay. So these things, why you, as an experienced and well-known politician, as a leader, why just you came up? Why you seen that the JCE interfere in the politics of the nation, and then to protect the interests of the Jane? Why is the reason that to have a big vehicle that can be able to represent all the people of the South Sudan?
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Your question is very clear. Your question is very clear. Samuel, thank you. Samuel, thank you. Your question is very clear. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Ustaz Samuel. That's wonderful, and your remarks. That was so interesting and well taken. Now we will go to Jibril. Jibril أسأل سؤالك بعد ندي مساحة للدكتور ألدو يجاوب, and then we will go to the next group.
Well, this is my turn, right?
Yes, go ahead with your question, please.
First, I would like to greet the room and also recognize that we have an uncle who is with us here in our presence. Really appreciate he being with us. I'm one of the people who always criticize JCs, and I believe JCs have caused South Sudan a lot of pains at the moment. And I will never come to terms with the JC at all.
Can you introduce?
Unlike
Gabriel.
Unlike John.
Gabriel.
My question is here. The
Gabriel,
JC.
No. I know your question. Gabriel, can you introduce yourself? So when Doctor come and trying to answer you, he will answer you based on how you introduce yourself and who you are. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was. My name is Jibril. You want the tribal introduction?
Introduce yourself and your location. My name is Jibril. Jibril Munuzad.
My name is Jibril K.
Okay, okay. Please proceed with your question, please, Jibril, if you don't mind.
Okay, Dr. Aldo, my question is, the JC was I believe was 45 members formed based on the agreement from all the Dinka sections, and they are mandated by the Dinka to work for interests of the Dinka community. Is that right? And my second question is,
not a question, Jabril, that's the question. We are only have to be fair. Only one question.
Oh, okay.
Only one question.
Okay.
Thank you, Brother Miracle. Now, I think we will let Dr. Aldo to answer those three questions, and then from there we will go to the next group. Sorry, Brother Jibril, you have two questions, and we will leave it to next. If there is no more question, I think you and John have second questions. We will bring you later on. But now, المساحة بكون متاحة لدكتور Aldo to answer the question of Brother John and Mr. Samuel and Jibril himself. And there was a question that was lingering there about the report of Dr. Carol Parker, who is a Canadian, put a very nasty electoral report against the GM Council of Elders as a Manzuma. Dr. Aldo, the floor is yours. And again, we are very pleased and happy to have you with us in the clubhouse. Take the podium, please. Sister Akul, you want to open the mic, please?
Someone has disabled the mic opening.
Okay, can I do my thing? And
okay, yeah, just drop him and bring him up. I don't know who did
that. Okay, thank you. Can I do it? Can I do it?
Just go ahead.
Thank you.
Also, while Uncle is being
Simon Mares, all of us now let us look for him. Aizol Bishufu, Ejibu Folk Award, Bishufu Award, Ejibu Folk. I saw him. Let me bring him up.
What I was saying, Miracle, is
now it seems open.
Yes, it is open. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and I want to tell you that I am not getting tired because I'm used to reading and writing. I sleep every day at 1 or 2 a.m. and that has become my way now. I will go to John Luca. John has a very good question because this question, if John was will have this question written, I can even take it to the parliament because the absence of our people is very conspicuous, and that the peace we have, it is one of the difficulties we have because the situation has not been made easy. That is free movement of the people as soon as peace comes. Because we as Southerners, when the CPA was concluded, we walked down the Sudan even to Khartoum. And that actually made it possible to be implemented, and people were enthusiastic about that peace and supported it. Now, because of this gloom situation, the refugees are not coming. The displaced persons are resisting to go back to their homes. and the international community is not in any way helping. So the stalemate is true. Some of the things must happen, and people have to be repatriated and coming back and be seen to be be assisted to start their life again. To the big population, half of the population is out. So I agree with the question that this is a big part of the government of national unity, plus other areas which are very, very big, like freedoms and democracy and how people will conduct elections. There is a lot to say about it. This is a part and parcel of the responsibility now of the parliament with the government if we want to implement this peace. So I agree that elections, we are seeing that it would be held in 2023. And where are we now? Tomorrow is 2022. And only 2022 will be taken over by reorganizing the parliament and judiciary. You see? And the institutions that matter, like the army, the police, and other institutions, we are very important to be actually reconstituted and legislations are done. So this one is a responsibility, and I agree with John Luca that this is a serious one. All those things, like what happened with the people returning, are happening everywhere. Our people, you may find that those who actually obstruct the people to come home may not be police or the army. They are their own with their own guns, and they dress like army and the police. We are in trouble here. So this is my answer to John, and I think I agree with him. And we take it as a responsibility also with some of us who are in the parliament. We are in the parliament not representing you, John. We are actually representing our political parties. You know the percentages, and you know the way we were appointed. So we are not talking to represent our own areas. We are representing our parties which are in the government of national unity. The question brought up by someone about ethnicity and religion and the danger that lies in the midst of people who are doing this. Samuel, I want to tell you that when we actually constitute ourselves as Gian Council of Elders, we wanted that title to manage, to answer people who are telling lies to the whole world about them. And you know that all of us who did this, who always sign, are members of parliament. We have our own constituencies. And our constituencies brought us from Denka constituencies. We don't want to lie like others. The politicians in South Sudan have constituencies in their own tribes, all of you. But if one of the people I know has a constituency in Chola area and is condemning Denka, and I know somebody in the constituency of Bari, and I know what Bari are doing, and is condemning my own constituencies, what do you think I can do? I sit full-handed and wait for the government. We did not come up to defend the government. We came up to defend ourselves. This one did not lead us to be against any tribe. We never mentioned that we are against so and so and so. We only said we as JC have actually got into the hands of politicians as a scapegoat. People escaping from their own mistake, people who cause war. Now, today, if I tell you the war was caused by SPLM, not SPLM members, SPLM leadership, all of them. Can you deny that? We did not cause it. And what made those people who were removed by Salva Kiir in July 2013? Why did they not talk politics? They actually single out Denka Youth already to mess up and scapegoat their own responsibility, that they cause war, they cause violence. We are just a Denka. JC is a scapegoat for the people who are ashamed of their mistake because they cause war in leadership. And they are all here. They are the one running the unity government. They came back and they got their places and they are the one now in place. We are not there. No single person from the Jain Council who is an advisor of the president. None. We did not intend to hurt the communities of South Sudan. We intended to confront the people who are making propaganda on the basis of lies to move the well. And we actually protected them. You see, when things happen in EA Road and so on, you saw us in the television. I went to the television myself to stop the Denka from committing anything, genocide. Because we know that they wanted to push the Denka to genocide like Rwanda. But here are JC, very intelligent people, qualified people, and they know how bad genocide is. We stop it and we talk openly. We stop people. And we stop them as politicians, not as a tribe. So I'm telling you that we are not involved in ethnicity like that. We are not terrorists. We have no gun. Some of us have never cocked a gun, by the way, and almost all of us. So you forgive us if you are angry, because the propaganda stage has to be made accountable. Those politicians must account for their statement. They spread to the whole world. They should be shamed now, because those who cause war are themselves, because they wanted positions, and because the implementation of the agreement is not going now, and because they have obtained their position they fought for, and they are elected. They want to cause another war because they wanted position. There was nothing else. Let them tell you what did they want. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to have a stand against the Denga. I can't do that. Against the people of South Sudan. And you know, like John Luca comes from, all of you come from Torit. Most of my leaders, as a member of SANU at that time, include Joseph Boudreau. My leader is Joseph Boudreau. You know that. I never knew any boundary between the Tuka and Denka. But for those who actually made the Denka the scapegoat and a stepping stone to well propaganda, no, we said no. Now, we are not any longer. We are supporting the unity government and the agreement. Let us work together somewhere. Let us work together. For Karen, I know this, when she was young, I was a commissioner of WOW. And she came to WOW, by the way. And she came also when South Sudan was divided. And I know that one, from young age to a stage where she is now, very loose and lazy. She's a lady who cannot collect facts. I know her. She cannot collect facts because difficulty, a research person knows how difficult for you to obtain facts, by the way. I doubt her. But she actually joined the scapegoat. And you know the failure of Elder Johnson, when she walked away and left the 20,000 troops, just he was heading, and left the country. He left the country because he will go there and say it is the Denka. And I know her book. So I ask you, John and someone, whatever mistake you have seen, we are going to get out of the mistakes. Because what is human being? You can make a mistake, and especially in the public responsibility. You disown mistake and correct it. You cannot become angry when people ask you. And that is what I can say to you. And Jibril, Jibril, I want to tell you that we were not delegated by Denka, by the way. You are right. The Bari are elected by Bari, the leaders. And you know, the leaders of the Denka who are leading the Denka did not appear. We actually made it to call ourselves Yen for the sake of identification. When we write to those who receive all this propaganda, they know that we are alive here. So you know, when the people were negotiating and the white people were around, they were asking questions. If you do this solution, what can we do with the Denga? It is just what we have achieved. What can we do with the Denga? We were there. And we answered them. We answer everybody. Obama or Trump or whatever. Those Troika. They are, because simply they were not friends to us. They were not friends to South Sudan. They wanted to destroy South Sudan. Up to now, I'm still saying that. They are not our friends up to now. And I think I have actually trailed this one. And what I want to tell you that the questions are in place. If there is a politician who will not want to be asked of a mistake she or he has made, it is not me. It will be somebody else. But I like people who will point out what is wrong with you as a politician. Some don't like that one. Some will react to you. And that is a problem now with us in South Sudan. In spite of the fact that education of South Sudan is higher and qualitative, very clean education. But they are not finding a way. I'm sorry. I don't want to go there, but this is the limit I can answer. That the Jain Council, take it from me, Jain as a scapegoat for the politicians to escape their mistakes that they went to war. They took the country to war. So they say, Denka, we did not cause anything. We got constituted in 2014 because we were not actually in the scene. I tell you, if I were to sit down and write and then confront the politicians who are calling themselves politicians to govern South Sudan, some of them will not speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aldo. I was quite impressed at Labregas. by your remarks. This is what I told one of my colleagues, that member of Young Council of Elders need to come and address South Sudanese. The way you have spoken demonstrate not only the responsibility, but the eldership. As a result, I would like to thank you sincerely. We will bring Jono Chang later on, because Jono Chang is one of the South Sudanese activists in the social media, and he was sincere in his first questions. Later on, we'll bring him because I think he will help us later. And I would like to register a special thanks to you for answering the question of Dr. Carol Parker report, and the way you describe her as a lazy and a loose. You see, that's remind me when someone is lazy and loose, it's just like the moose and loose. When cows get out of control, that's exactly what happened. And she came up with that very biased report trying to divide South Sudanese. And anyone entertain that report should be held accountable and responsible if any atrocities happen in South Sudan. Thank you, Dr. Aldo. Now I will yield mic back to the rest of the moderators, especially Brother Simons and Miyako and Sister Quick and Ms. May, before we go to the next question. There's a lot of people down here in the room, and I would like them to encourage them to come, because you guys were speaking loudly few months and few weeks and last years about Young Council of Elders. Now, Dr. Akbar, he said in his remark that he's not tired. He's here to answer you. The uncle is well spoken, and if you want it in Arabic or Dinka and English, is something that can be demonstrated by himself. Simon, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, I just want to check in on Uncle Aldo to make sure he's still able to carry on, because I think I realize it's after midnight in Juba, and I just want to check in on him, make sure.
No, he like that is not tight. He's ready to go.
All right. Okay. In that case, then I think I'm not going to delay, because there must be people downstairs in the audience. So I'll give opportunity to my two sisters to look for show of hands and bring people up. 3 more people, and can people be reminded to be precise with their questioning.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll bring in maybe 2, 3 more people to question. And please, moderators, can you please keep checking your back channels? Communication and how to collaborate is very important. Yeah. So just keep your back channels open, and then we can keep communicating. Keep an eye on that. So I'll give it back to Miyako so that he can carry on from here.
Yes, Ms. May, if you don't mind, before Miyako weigh in, I see Brother Emmanuel Jawin in the room. You can give him an opportunity to come and ask a question, because he's one of the people that were loud against the government of South Sudan, and in particular the JEC. I think this will be very nice to bring him up.
Yeah.
JC.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Emmanuel Jawin should put in his hand up as soon as we open we turn back on the notification for hand raising. So we give him first opportunities, at least to be the most activists, people that are mostly active in this room. And please, people in the audience, you can drop any of your questions in one of the mods back channel. If we don't get a chance to answer you, ask your question, then somebody could ask it on your behalf. Thank you.
I want to get in. I'm kind of quite confused a little bit. I want to know for sure if Dr. Aldo is ready, because he said that his time, he was well organized. His time is a well organized person. That is time that he liked to write and read. I want to hear it from Dr. Aldo AJOU if he want to continue for questions, and I want to know how much time that we want to give him. نحن كمان لازم نحترم الزمن بتاع الناس، لأنه what Dr. Aldo AJOU is doing here يعني is out of his will. وزمن بتاعه time here at the people we are in the Western world, time is money, and for Uncle Aldo time is health, is life. أنا ما أدري عشان إنه زولنا الكبير ده we have to exhaust him out of his will. لو في زول بقدر أفتح مايك بتاع دكتور ألدو إذا بيقدر يورينا الزمن بتاعه والهو ده ياخده والناس اللي جابوا جون.
He has mentioned, Uncle AJOU has mentioned that he has time to be with us.
Okay.
Please bring
if he has the time to be with us, أنا عندي سؤال بتاعي دكتور ألدو أجو ما جاوبوا لي لأنه دكتور ألدو as an individual, not just a JCE, but as an individual was accused to become a tribalistic person. أنا سألت سؤال قبل قلت له يا دكتور أنت لما كنت في السودان وكنت نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء ونائب برلمان أنت وحتى الجنوبيين كلهم والليلة ليه ناس الجنوبيين استنكروا وينكروا يعني مجهودك الشخصي عشان ده واحد الجنوبيين. دكتور ألدو أجو ما جاوبني ويا ريت دكتور ألدو أجو توريني إنه اتهامات الكاذبة ضده زي ما هو يعني نفى كل الاتهامات ضد الجين كانسل اوف إلدرز and he was outspoken. أنا كنت يا ريت كان داير أوري إنه كيف إنه دكتور ألدو أجو اليوم يقدر يدافع عن الجسم بتاع الحركة الشعبية جسم الجين كانسل اوف إلدرز، لكن هو نفسه اتهموه بأنه هو إنسان قبلي، في إنه لما كنا في السودان القديم هو كان إنسان وطني واحد الجنوبيين كلهم وعمل فريق اسمه واجوما. أنا داير دكتور ألدو أجو يعني يجاوب للحتة دي والفكرة ذاته إنه كيف واحد الجنوبيين ده جاته كيف. وشكرا.
طبعا عندنا نفرين انضموا علينا قبل شويه. عندنا اخونا كارلو يمكن يكون عنده سؤال، وبرضه جون وتشانغ came up, his people brought him up. I just want to let the rest of the moderators why we brought up John Chang. John Chang's pledge that we need peace, and he was actually pleased by the remark of Dr. Aldo. That's why I want to give him the privilege because he engaged in a social club, in social media on how to unite South Sudanese, despite that sometimes is quite confused, but you have to give it credit because him to unite us. So as a result, that's why I brought him. We have Ilman Dandra. Ilman Dandra probably is one of the people that is very vocal against the Jain Council of Elders. So this is a great opportunity for him to ask Dr. Aldo, and Dr. Aldo is there to answer him. And then we have Ayak and Makir. So please take your podium and ask your question before we let Dr. Aldo answer you guys.
Can I say something or not my chance?
Ms. May, who's first in line?
Okay, since you brought John up, I thought we would have left him behind, but then it's good that he's now up. So we'll allow him to speak first, and then Carlo, I believe, and then Suleiman. The three of you, Makir, Ayak, and Simon, please, I might drop you down for the next few minutes, and then I'll bring you back up.
No negative. معلش. خلي الناس اللي ما تكلموا قبل معلش. Let us be organized. معلش. John, he asked a question earlier. الناس اللي ما سالوا قبل خليه يسالوا وخلي جون ينزل تحت والناس اللي ما سالوا يسالوا لأن John is the second question. Let us be fair. معلش يعني.
No, it's okay. I think it's too late. We will allow John to speak. Please, John, make it brief, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, the peace will always come through you, the moderators. ALDO AJOU is innocent. It's really completely. The way I look at him now, through my analysis, is really a person of peace who wants to really bring all of us together. ALDO AJOU, I'm really so much happy to be with you. I wish if I was the one really hosting you, we would have peace today in South Sudan, even peace in Clubhouse. But thank you, Attilio. Thank you, Miyapol. Anyway, we are human beings. We have our mistake. Aldo, you have said this. You make me paralyzed in some ways. As I said before to you, my name is John. Luka Otiam. Ana Mina Olatori. And I'm the person who really campaigning seriously for all these things. Even the clubhouse that you are hearing, I'm one of the people who question it. And therefore, I want to ask you one question. We book with a Carol there, maybe we can say this is book with a Kawaja. That land of Kawaja Okati. We can maybe disagree. I brought it several times for people to analyze. And whether you disagree or agree, we just discuss about it. Like in the Kawaja Okati. Itamambar, Inamambar, Kawaja, Bukunen to Shak, they're Lakwa to Junubin. They are Uganunta Kawaja. Kawaja, Piaja Muktubina, the Dinkas, Equatoria will organize it to will organize it. And it has been written not by you. It has been interviewed by Joshua. And Joshua is the chairperson of Young Council of Elders. It made for me to feel innovation, the word innovation, is not attached to a citizen. It is only attached to somebody who is a foreigner. And that thing is really caused a lot of debate. We debate in Clubhouse. And the other question also that I want to just say, because I'm not going to be asking you more. I'm so much happy with you. You are really a person of peace. If there was really a way of organizing it in a good way, you could even reconcile the people of South Sudan today in Clubhouse, even in the country. You are really a leader. Thank you so much. But the other question I want to say is there was a letter written by you, and you signed it, you and Joshua Dow, and then ALDO AJOU, and then Makirtiom, and then Pamela. And that letter was since 2015. And the effect of that letter, it is really happening today in the country. We see whatever written in that letter, it is happening in the country. So you sign a lot of things there, whereby I cannot go about it too much, but I will just say a few things. You sign a lot of things there, in which you send a letter to Salva Kiir to implement. That we Dinkas are really under threat. And people who are non-Dinka should not be respected in the government. And there will be some places whereby people will not be nominated. And the Dinka should dominate militarily. And wherever Dinkas are going to work, you have to work to divide the people of South Sudan. If you work in Torit, in my homeland, you have to divide the people of Torit. And if there's somebody who is a unionist like me, who want to unite Dinka and Latuka, have to be dealt with accordingly. And you sign, your name is there. Honorable ALDO AJOU, then Joshua Dow, and Pamela Aluong, and Michael Makirtiom Lual. For me, Joshua, I will end up here as an elder. I respect you. I don't like to give hard time to you. We have a lot of things to discuss, and we are ready for peace. The only thing is that I'm so much unhappy. You are a lawyer, you are somebody responsible, you are a doctor, you know very well. If I am a criminal and you support me, who are you in front of the judge? If I am a problem, I steal something, I did something wrong, and you support me, who are you in the court of law? Of course, you will be obstructing justice. And then therefore, a person who supports me will be a problem. But if you put your shoes under my foot, you will be in the safe side. My uncle, ALDO AJOU, you have been together with my people. Would do some just about Ugo. Although they die, we never revenge you. We never revenge you.
John,
please,
can you ask a question, please?
Thank you.
Don't ask a question.
I conclude here. So, ALDO, I respect you. Thank you for saying that. Please, somebody is repeating. I know you are calling me. Okay, thank you. Aldo, you answer these things only. The other things of election that I was talking about, it was just only that people in Nemule are trying to return back to home. But you find that people are being pushed up. The issue of Talenga or Shino, Belak Pativogo, Anabaro, you have answered it clearly. You have answered it clearly. And there's no need of it.
Yeah, John, just put your question. Just put your question.
My question is that Aldo, there is a letter that was written that Equatoria or Nandenka should not be in the army. Should not be in the army. And it was written by you and those of Diu and those of Makirtiong, and you sign it, and your name is there. It is called Yen Council Master Plan 2015. Did you write that letter, or it was just a propaganda? Thank you.
Thank you, John. Who's next, Miss May?
Moderators. Before we proceed, please. Moderators, we must be abide with our laws. لو قلنا سؤال واحد لكل الناس من فضلكم، لانه ليه الراجل ده الزول الكبير ده ان احنا قبل جبناه حسب القانون بتاعنا، وكل الجنوبيين كلهم we should treat them all equally. اذا جون بيسال سؤالين معناه اي جنوبي يسال سؤالين. قبل نزلت سامويل ومنعت سامويل انه ما يسال سؤالين. عليكم والله let us abide by the law.
وصلت.
Keep eye on your back moderators. There are so many concerns about lack of coordination in this. So can we please be
I'm just probably going to go to the audience, maybe just to listen the traffic up here, and then at the end I'll come up.
Thank you. Yes, I had a question in the back channel, which was covered by John. So thank you for that, John. Your question has it's two people have said that you've already covered their question in regards to JCE being a master plan in the issues of ethnic cleansing or whatever, which was written back in 2015. So you have covered that well, and we will move to the next person who's supposed to ask a question, which is Carlo. Carlo, please make it brief and one question at a time. Thank you.
There is nothing called one question at a time. It's only one question for every speaker. Only one question.
Thank you, Mrs. May, for giving me this opportunity to raise my question to Dr. ALDO. My question is, Dr. ALDO, if you are really against the tribal federalism, as you say, why did you advise President Kiir in 2015 as JCE to divide the country into 32 states? And that order caused many problems in terms of changing the historical borders of some tribal areas, and also caused problem among tribes. And to this day, despite the repeal of this order, it still has repercussions, in particular.
Brother Carol, a question was ends up with a full question mark. You just say why advise.
Okay.
And you are lecturing the doctor right now. We want a question, please, so he can answer.
I know I will conclude. I'm concluding. And to this day, despite this repeal of this order, it still has repercussions, in particular in Upper Nile State between Dinka and Dinka and Shuluk in Malakal. Why did you do that? Thank you.
Yeah. Next person is Ayak. Thank you.
Hi everyone, season greetings to all of you, wherever you guys are. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the moderators for giving me a chance to be here and ask questions directly to our elder, Dr. ALDO Ajondeng. Um, Dr. ALDO Ajondeng, and he's my wadik actually. Thank you so much for being here. Despite how late it is in Juba, we appreciate you and we appreciate your presence among us. Thank you. My question is, what is new with the JCE? What are they working on right now? And is the group still together? Thank you.
Thank you, Ayat. You actually display a very good. You are respecting the law. Thank you very much, Ayat. Thank you.
We will now move on to our next speaker, Makirma Bill. It's your turn to ask a question.
أنا أشكركم على الإضافة ولكن يعني كنت عاوز الدكتور الجوجو يجاوب على الثلاثة أسئلة الماضية وبعد ذلك أنا هقدر أسأل لأنه أنا واحد من السبورتر بتاع كانسر ألدس وبالتالي هكون عندي سؤالين ثلاثة. أنا من ضمن المشجعين بتاع كانسر ألدس من ضمن المتابعين على السياسات بتاع كانسر ألدس وفقا لشهادتي للانترفيو بتاع الاعضاء بتاع الجين كانسر الألدس، وبالتالي انا بجيب مقتنع بانهم جماعات يعني ما عندها ذنب في المشاكل اللي حاصله في الدوله، كلهم ابرياء، ولكن تم توجيهاتهم اليهم. فبالتالي انا اتمنى يعني اضيف كلامي بعد ما ثلاثه زي يمشوا بكون انا يعني بكون احسن لي. شكرا لك.
شكرا استاذ نبيل، وخليك ستي تايت. وبعد كده استاذ امين دكتور الدو جو ممكن بعد كده moderators تدوا فرصه يجاوب كلام بتاع for the people who don't understand Arabic. دكتور امين استاذ مكير مبيل is a part of JCE, is a supporter like myself and the rest. He has no question right now, but he would like to comment after Dr. AJOU answer those three questions. And thank you.
Uncle Joe, it's your turn. If you can unmute yourself, please, to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, Miyako, you can drop Uncle Aldo and bring him up because there's some technical issue with the mic.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. Yes, so it's something normal because nowadays, it's not the first time where we have to face some difficulties. Yeah, you can drop him and bring him back while Charles is here. Someone drop him. Yeah, Charles is going to be part of the next people who are going to ask questions. And I think we'll go with another 9 questions before we close.
Okay, all of us as the moderators, let's find him. The person who find him first, just bring him up, please, for the sake of time.
Okay, no problem.
I've sent him an invite. Let's wait.
I don't see him in the room. Is he here?
No, I brought him up.
Okay, very good. Very good. Dr. Aldo, yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes, now, with John Luca again, John, that letter, I must say, I must say that is a forgery, because myself and several of the people have never spoken on a particular day about practicing tribalism up to that stage. the extreme stage of which religious terrorists. We cannot think about that in South Sudan. And you can find that we have compiled many forgeries, including the intelligence, people who write in our name, just to, with the feeling that they can incriminate. And you know that letter, if I sign it, my signature, and you know nowadays, the electronic can actually answer it yes or no for such a right. So I deny totally that I cannot be in such a thing or anybody has ever spoken about it. Let us carry this letter and I think if I find it, I will answer it in writing for the people. And I will actually ask for people if there was anyone involved. I know them all. Somebody will be involved like that. If not. And you know, when we went to Arab Moy, I was the cause to get the elders of Nuer and Denka elders. And Arab Moy accepted it for us to meet. And when we met, we were denied by the leaders. You know, leaders of South Sudan, those who are doing the fighting, they avoid elders. They don't accept them. So let me say, you and me will actually move together to find the source of this letter. It's a very dangerous one. It's a very dangerous letter. We cannot be written by anybody in the Denka community. I'm sorry. And it has happened. But you know, it is, the whole thing was a propaganda to dislodge Salva Kiir by all means. So that was that. For federal system, we were involved. That 28 to 32 states were the making of young elders is not true. The thing emanated, and I'm always tell the truth, by the way, emanated from the parliament. The parliament actually wanted to get the whole districts of South Sudan, 21 districts, and they discussed it. The thing went into the air, and then it was actually got by the government, and they made it together. No one rejected it. It was not a work of a Denk or a Jain council. The Jain council who actually who said that they were the one who did it. I was not the one, and I'm not denying for the sake of denial. It originated from the members of parliament, and it ended and appointed commissioners. The commissioners which they have up now, 21. And you know, in the meeting of Equatoria on the national dialogue, Equatoria came up with a decision that South Sudan in future will be divided into 39 states, 13 to each region. And I think you have heard that one. And there are so many people talking about that. But for me, in the national dialogue and anywhere, I say that our federal system, federal state should begin from 3 to anywhere else. Which we identify with them. We identify as Barigzal, Upper Nile, and Equatoria. Up to now, our identity is divided. We still identify ourselves with our own region. Up to So it will depend now on the people who are drafting the constitution and the view of the parliament and the National Conference on Constitution. They may say to take it to referendum. And that is where we are. Let us begin now to suggest how many states that can be good from the beginning. Because the United States started with 13 per countries and even others. But they expand according to the setup a criteria of what area in terms of that becomes a state. And what qualification is that on economic, social, population, whatever it is. So let us hang on that one. And, we are not for expansion without reason. Ayak question is, what is new? I think something is new. I said it before. What is new is the agreement. And what is new is the national unity of the country. Because we are not any longer tied together in our unity and loyalty to our country. We are divided. We must tell the truth. We are not saying one. But what is good with South Sudanese is that they are saying we are one. If a system of government recognize equality and justice to all of us, and the way of life to all of us, we have no question of carrying our country together. So now, I said it before that the stage where we are is not a stage for JCE, because JCE in this one is not going to defend anything. I say we were up there to defend the people who were lying around, who were telling the world, describing the Denka, even the West, things we never had in Denka. See? And that was the answer. But what is new now is this peace. And we have joined South Sudanese on unity, and peace must come. Our people, 99%, minus people who want positions, 99% minus the people who want to have positions in the government. They say that we need peace. We need peace, we need freedom, and we need democracy to choose our own leaders. That is where we are. If there is anybody who would want to carry on as a Denka, GC, or people who are still hanging out there, the leaders who are hanging out, should come back. And we make a deal just to get correct way of being free. There are many things which have taken place. I'm not talking about corruption, I'm not talking about nepotism, but they are all there. They are all there, and then let us pack them with the war and see how we get out. That is the new position of JCE. If there is anyone else saying that Riek and Salva Kiir step aside, it is not we. And I said this with John Mayon. I said it is not we. It is the Secretariat of the National Dialogue wrote a covering letter to the recommendations and resolution of the National Dialogue and mentioned Kiir and Riek step aside, a statement which they took from the public of South Sudan. They said it.
What happened? Things are getting hard in Clubhouse.
In the National Dialogue, because
things are getting hot and hot.
Nobody has a right
to
stop another citizen from contesting. The steps are that a leader proposed by each air party cannot be opposed by somebody out there or within the party by their decision. And the other stage is the law that organizes the elections. If you are disqualified not to contest on the basis of having committed a crime or whatever it is, that the law will be. The fact is the vote. When people vote and say, we don't elect you, you are rejected. Those are the three areas that can disqualify anybody. So we are not talking about that. We are not talking against that. We are not talking about regime change because there is no regime to be changed. It has changed since the unity government was appointed. It's finished. It's not there. So this is a hangover of a change. The young people who are saying a change should actually join us inside, make the situation better, and actually we will, as elders, will tell them to form their own party because the young people are together. They are now trying to get themselves together, and they are highly educated. When we advocated for independence of this country, not many of us were educated. Education was those who have learned were very few. But because of the backing of South Sudan, at last we made it. And we made it because of the leader, John Garang. Let us not avoid John Garang. Because John actually led it and led it properly. And John actually sat down with people, negotiated it correctly and defeated the other side negotiators. And John was negotiating for Africans to be free in Sudan. They are not free up now. On the basis of what? Pan-Africanism. We ran very high, my old friends. So this is the stage where ALDO and others are now. And I don't think the politicians are talking about JCE now when they are inside here. They are not talking about JCE. I have not seen somebody writing about it because it is proven that they actually concocted a position to accelerate their opposition of overthrowing the government, then the government of transitional government that was led by Salva Kiir, the government of SPLM. I think these are the answers. I have answered them like that, and I appreciate those who raise the questions. Because why? Because I'm a politician. In politics, nothing is actually permanent. You don't. In politics also, don't rule out that some politicians can be lead for a time, a short time to get what they want. So politics is an art of the possible. Something possible, you get it as a politician, you become a part of it because it is possible. So I think let us carry on. If we talk like this and we put ourselves like this and tolerate one another, we can emerge tomorrow without hesitation. So I have answered this, and I'm with you. If we want to go ahead or postpone it, it's okay. But I feel like the questions are in place. Maybe my mind is getting exhausted. You see, the age is there also to get some ideas which are very essential. You see, and this is my answer, John. And I see, John Luca, I want to advise you to get out of that circle. That circle cannot serve you or all of us. It is destructive, it has happened. And it is good for you to find out more about it. But you know, people who are opposed to the government, they can create big areas, a lie that can look can actually accelerate the situation. And that is all what I can say.
Uncle Aldo, Dr. Aldo, before you finish, before you stop there, there's a question that I've been asking and you avoiding it. Dr. Aldo, we're in Khartoum. And we, the people of Khartoum, we've been accused even in Juba that we are a Jalaba. And you were working very hard. And it's because of you, all the South Sudanese people who were in Khartoum, and you were the deputy prime minister, and the deputy is Speaker House. And you formed a team that called Wajuma. You are avoiding this question, and your house was open, and you were funding. حتى زول ما بشر باسير كان بشر باسير في فريق واجوما and ما بشر لانه اسير كان غالي جدا في خرطوم يعني there's no money and you united us in Khartoum and nobody's talking about that personal achievement that you united us in Khartoum and it's because of you guys. When I say you guys, the people who were in the government in Khartoum, Southerners, that's why today we survived and some of us came to America. And like Zainas, Martin Malwala, they were opening their houses to give us underground visas so we can come out. And nobody wants to acknowledge that. And that's why people like John, they don't know who you are. Umar Finna. And you never talk about your personal achievement to unite us as a people of South Sudan. You are voting me. And I'm so happy that you united us and you came up with a Farid Akura Wajuma, funded by ALDO, Dr. ALDO AJOU, Minister of Asir, Minister of Moya Barda, he paid Bitak. Why you don't want to talk about that, Dr. ALDO AJOU? Why?
I'm Yakol, before Dr. Aldo answered that. I think من الناحية المثالية طبعا you don't speak about your achievements and the good things that you said. People like you and me speak about the good things that actually were registered by Dr. Aldo at that time. It will be very silly for him to speak about himself and the good things that he done for South Sudanese. I think this is the position of Uncle Aldo. But all in all, I would like to thank Dr. Aldo for these remarkable presentations, and especially when he concluded his message. He came up with a very good and responsible message to Brother John that get out from that circle. And that was the reason why I gave John a second chance to answer the question, because I believe in a man that he may have an influence how South Sudanese can unite. You see, not to disregard your account, Brother Maya calls. I know Dr. Aldo is the last person that can speak about himself. Dr. Aldo is uncle and is a father and is a grandfather. He achieved a lot and he did a lot and he respects all South Sudanese. And from his answer, you may notice that these questions are very important. That's why I want us to take it from this perspective. Once again, thank you, Dr. Aldo, for availing yourself to come to the social club and mingle with us and answer our questions and our concerns.
I know, Sister Clara. It's very funny.
Some of South Sudanese have this scapegoat, as you put it. You know, there is people that fail politically and found Young Council of Elders to be the scapegoat. This is very, very important, and that's why I want to keep you here. Unless you are tired and you want to go to sleep, until we scale another room. But as long as you still have the stamina to continue with us, there is people downstairs here have some questions they wanted you to answer them. And that's why I want to ask Ms. May and Sister Peace to give someone like Selman Dendera. He's from Western Bahar Ghazal, he's from Bongo, from Warab State. He's very vocal in social media regarding the Young Council of Elders and Simon Abui and the rest. I don't want you guys to filter them. And Brother Charles Deng as well, if you don't mind, bring them up, give them a questions, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achilio. Thanks, moderators, and thanks, Uncle Joe and the previous speakers. This looks like it's quite a good engagement. We will keep checking on Uncle Joe if he was still able to carry on with us. But it looks like it's a great conversation. So, as mentioned by Achilio, I will bring up
Sister Clara, I will answer you later.
Suleiman Dandara. Bring up Simon Andrea because it seems like there is a protest in the audience that says that proud South Sudanese against JC Council of Elders. So he has put his hand up and he has back channeled me to be brought up, as well as Charles. Thank you for that. And Suleiman Dandra, please. Can you bring it up?
I cannot see Suleiman. I looked and not see him in the audience. So if you see him, bring him up.
Okay, Suleiman, if you're in the audience, please put your hand up. I will put the, I'll open it one more time, just for a sec. Just hang on.
Do we bring 3 people or 4?
Just three.
Okay.
Just 3. Okay, I believe Suleiman may have left the room, so we will just bring one person in his place.
Yes, Miss May, if you don't mind, I seen Sister Jumbo is in the room for quite a while, and I sent her a message back channel.
Jumbo, if you're there, please. Can
want to hear from you. ALDO is here as a member of the It will be a very great opportunity for you.
For those of you who are watching Lagos State Media, yes, in Clubhouse, there are let me see, about 280 people who are listening in.
Okay.
And now they are trying to bring up some of the people to ask more questions.
Okay, I'll turn off the hand raising for the next batch of speakers, please. Thank you. So,
Can we listen to the last final 3 people and conclusion of Dr. Aldo?
And brief, because we've also got some questions that have been chat in our back channels. If we get a chance, we might ask some of those. Thank you.
ALDO is not here.
Oh, he's here. Just ask your question. He's here. He's taking notes.
No, I just want to make clarification. It's not a question. To you, moderator, and I'm just direct this one to Nyakol. Nyakol, it is good. One chance is better than everything, and we should be, appreciate those leaders when they come to the social media. When ALDO AJOU come, Dr. Lamakol come, and those of Pagan and so it is good. So this chance, I think it is better for him, and he said it before. He's willing to answer every question. But Nyakol, you are disturbing the room so much, really. First of all, you are moderator. There's no need for you to ask questions. For you, all of you moderators, all right? Also, those who are supporting Jane Council, there's no need like those of Makay to come up and talk. Give chance to the people who are criticizing Jane Council. Even there are 5 people will be benefit for this discussion upon. Otherwise,
excuse me, Charles. I believe this is the case. All of most of the speakers that have spoken about actually directing their questions to the JCE. So we are on the right track, please. If you don't mind, just ask your question, or we drop it down and we only have people that ask questions.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because if you have been in the room and if you paid enough attention, my brother, all the questions were in regards to the doubts around the JCE and the goal in the country. So we'll ask Simon Andrea, it's your chance to ask a question.
Thank you. But like Charlie thinks, I don't see ALDO AJOU in the audience. So I'm not going to ask the question where the person that I supposed to ask him is not there.
Just hang on, we'll try.
He's in the audience listening. He's in the audience listening.
He's not there. I go down all the way. I don't see.
I see him.
It's right there, right next to Charlie.
I see him.
Simon, if you have a question directed to Uncle Aldo, you are more than welcome to ask that, unless, I don't know, you want to see him physically. Why is that? And this should not be a ground of discussion. Uncle Aldo is here. There's some technical issue. That's why he's not upstairs in the podium. He will come and answer your questions. Please proceed with your question, if you don't mind.
Okay. My question will be very simple, because Aldo AJOU have denied everything that people say. Every single thing he denied. But my question is, I'm going to ask my question based on the information from the SBS Dinga radio, where he was interviewed, and he said by himself, I'm not going to talk about the book, because the book he will deny that was written by the white and all that. But the radio, the interview was done to him. And according to Aldo AJOU, he said that 80% or more than 80% of the Dinka sacrificed their life for this country. So is it right to say that the rest of the other tribe did not sacrifice themselves to fight for the country? Only the Dinka are the ones that sacrifice themselves to liberate South Sudan? That's my question direct to Aldo AJOU, and the rest I will leave it there. Thank you.
Makarma Bill, it's your chance to ask the question.
Okay, thank you. أنا أول حاجة قبل ما أبدأ يعني بشكر الأخوة في الاستديو أو في الروم لصحة التعبير، وبشكر برضه الدكتور ألدو أجو، بتمنى أنه هو يسجل كلامي ده. سوري. فأول حاجة ألدو أجو يعني الدكتور ألدو أجو يتكلم عن الانتخابات وقال في الانتخابات يمكن الناس تجي تجلب أصواتها، وبعد ذلك ممكن نشوف مثلا وجوه جدد في الفترة الغالية بعد الانتخابات. ولكن يعني بالنسبه للبرنامج الموضوعي، يعني اليوم اذا يعني هنالك انتخابات بين سلفا كير مياريت وريق مشار، فبالتالي الانتخابات حيكون ما بتكون يعني بالصوره السلس، او ما بتكون مرغوبه بالنسبه للدكتور ريق مشار، وما بتكون يعني مرغوبه بالنسبه لسلفا كير مياريت لسببين. السبب الاول من الجانب بتاع سلفا كير مياريت، يعني اليوم اذا قال هو داير يخوض الانتخابات، بالتالي هيواجههم مضايقات في داخل التنظيم بتاع الحزب الحركه الشعبيه، فربما ممكن ما يجي. فبالتالي من الافضل له بانه يمد الفتره لفتره اطول ثاني على اساس هو يكون قاعد في السلطه. ده حاجه واحده. نمره اثنين، بالنسبه لرياض مشار، هو الان ما عنده شعبيه يعني واضح في ارض الواقع يعني. فبالتالي يعني ما بيرضى حتى عشان يجي في الانتخابات في الفتره القادمه، لانه حيكون ما عنده اصوات. فبالتالي يعني رياض مشار حيكون برضه يتمنى تقديم الفتره بتاعت الانتخابات. الشيء الثاني، البرلمان ما بيقدر يكسر يعني القرارين بتاع الشخصين دول، لانه هم اللي بيكونوا المكونين الاساسيين للبرلمان القومي. فبالتالي اليوم اذا جماعات يعني سلفا كير مياريت لو رفض، فبالتالي حيكون ما في انتخابات في فتره 2023. اذا رياض مشار رفض برضه، حيكون ما في انتخابات في 2021. وبالتالي هي كله يعني الايات بتشير بانه هنالك في تقديما يعني بالنسبه للانتخابات القادمه حيكون في يعني تمديد الفتره يعني يمكن ل 2025. يعني اذا اصلا السياسه او البرلمان المكون هو يعني نسبه 70% مكون من الجماعات سلفا كير مياريت وجماعه رياض مشار. دي حاجه واحده. الشيء نمره اثنين، ألدو أجو يعني هو قالوا هو يعني في شغل طبعا في جين كانسل اوف إلدرز، هم جماعه يعني بيدعموا مصالح بتاع الشعب الجنوبي عامه، ومصالح بتاع الجين كانسل بتاع الدينكا في صفه خاصه. فالان هل لا زال الجين كانسل اوف إلدرز بيدعم المصالح بتاعت الدينكا ام لا؟ اذا نعم، ليه ما في يعني ما في جيل جديد يكون يعني خلف الجيل اللي قاعد المتمسك في جين كانسل اوف إلدرز الان؟ ليه ما في جيل يعني ثاني على اساس الجيل القديم اللي يعني بدعم مصالح الدينكا اذا مضى يبدا يكون في جيل ثاني يجي يخلف الجيل ده؟ ليه ما في جيل ثاني خلفهم؟ ونحن قاعدين نسمع بين جين كانسل اوف إلدرز، ما في جيل جديد له. شكرا.
Thank you, Makarma Bill. I will give a chance to Susan Jumbo to ask her question. Susan, please.
Merry Christmas, everybody. أنا ما عندي question. أنا brother أتيليو عمل لي request قال لو أجي أعقب على كلمات معينة ولا حاجة كده. I wanted to thank this all الاودينس بتاعنا هنا وبالذات انكل الدو اجو للحضور بتاع الناس هنا كلنا. فجزء من الروح بتاع الكريسماس ونهاية السنة يعني كلمات بسيطة بس دار أقولها. أولاً لازم ان احنا we have to separate between our communities and politics. دي الحاجة اللي أنا دايما بقولها لنا إن احنا كجنوبيين إنه communities بتاعنا ال 64 ولا 75 ديل عايشين من زمن قدم التاريخ يعني since time immemorial and we will always live there. الحكومات والسياسات بتمشي, politicians come and go, but our communities remain there. So it's very, very important to always remind ourselves to respect our communities. الشتايم اللي بيجي كتير على الكوميونيتيز بتاعنا ده is not good. It's not good at all. التسيس يعني politicization of our communities, as said earlier on by my brother who talked about his research on the Horn of Africa on ethnicities, politics of ethnicities. الوضع الحاصل في إثيوبيا الآن, I think all of us should take a moment and reflect on that. يعني دي فرصة مهمة جدا لنا كأفريقيا كله. إنه the time has come to look into separating communities from politics. يعني ما في زول يعمل له داري يعمل له قيمة أو أهمية يعني قيمة في المجتمع أو في السياسة, then he or she goes and exploits their communities. الحاجة دي بطالة. It's not good. And it creates conflicts for a long time between people. And that type of conflict is very hard to remove from among us. That type of politics, of ethnicity, where there's the domination, where there is division, where there's segregation, where there is favoritism, and long-term damage. فالوصية بتاعتي كل واحد فينا هنا, حتى those who are calling, for example, the separation بتاع إكواتوريا, أخواني من إكواتوريا أخواتي, and إحنا we have to really work hard to know and إحنا كيف to exist as coexist as people. It's very, very important. والشغل ده بيبدأ من الكير ولا كير. كير موجود ولا رياك ولا بتاع ما موجودين ولا ما موجودين. Regardless, we must always take this upon ourselves as citizens, that it is citizenship that defines us as a people. يعني بالحق بتاع المساواة في القانون وفي الدستور كله. This is the الوصية بتاعتي. لازم to separate issues of communities من politics. Politics فيها وساخة كتير. There's a lot of dirt in politics, a lot of self-interest. People abuse, exploit the communities in order to get the self-interest for themselves. في نهاية اليوم الكوميونتي كله تعبان. لكن بس واحد نفر وأسرته ومنه أصحابه يهود enjoying it. So let us be very careful that we have communities from all South Sudan, our communities who are suffering from this war that we have been on it endlessly. النقطة الوحيدة اللي أنا بختلف فيها مع أنكل ألدو, يعني كلامه كله مقنع وأي حاجة, لكن واحدة نقطة أنا بختلف معه إنه إحنا we as people of South Sudan, and I say this as Suzanne Jambo myself, both Kir and Riek have had enough opportunities من 2006 2005 لغاية حسا 16 years and counting. Over almost 400,000 people have died. الناس دي يا جماعة, الناس أهلهم المال today, they're yet to get their justice, they're yet to feel peace, they're yet to feel the meaning of freedom and independence of South Sudan. فهو فعلا كلمة واحدة صح, إنه الفيلير بتاعنا should be looked at as a political failure. It's not a tribal failure, but a political failure. اللي هو الكليك الموجود في الحركة الشعبية and how it consequently. الحركة الشعبية التنظيم السياسي والعسكري, SPLM and SPLA. كل الكوادر دي يعني في بالذات الكوادر السينيور في الحركة الشعبية هم وراء المشاكل الحاصلة في الجنوب دي واللخبطة الحاصلة والكوربشن والوارز وبتاع. But at the same time أنا بختلف معاهم في حاجة واحدة, على إنه هم أنت لما تشوف الكونسيستنت two figures منا نحن مشاكلنا دي بدأت في الجنوب, مما نحن أول شيء ما جينا في CPA ولغاية ما الدكتور جارين ولغاية ما الحركة الشعبية ماسكة الجنوب ولغاية الاستقلال our independence in 2011 is the same figures, the same people at the helm of power. فنحن عدينا more than 16 years to manage our country's affairs, but clearly and sadly, tragically so, as proven by most post-African liberation movements من Zimbabwe لغاية South Africa حتى وأنغولا والحتات دي كلها, ان احنا لاحظنا انه في فشل دائما في الليبريشن موفمنت، حتى الاثيوبيان الاي بي ار تي اف، الكواليشن بتاع الاي بي ار تي اف. بنلاحظ انه الناس اللي كانت في التحرير they are never good managers in post-liberation nations. This is the
Susan, can you please make it quick, because I believe we have not very much time, and this was specifically set for quick.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I actually was concluding anyways. So basically, I بتفق معه إن I agree with Uncle Aldo إنه and blame should actually go to the political cadres, the political actors. So that's where the blame and the military actors in the country, not on our communities. However, the time has come, which where I disagree with him on is elections. The obvious factors, as stated by many of the speakers before, is clear. I mean, there is no way we can have any elections, let alone fair, credible, and transparent elections. It couldn't happen. It cannot happen because there's a monopoly. There are so many laws and acts in the country that censor people's abilities to express themselves freely and association and all that. So obviously, we cannot give another green card to those same leaders to continue endlessly. And now we have been embroiled or taken hostage through all these peace talks that were only lip service. يعني ما في أي حاجة، ما في أي كلام فعلا في اتفاقيات السلام دي، بس ترضيات وناس وقاعدة ولسه وقاعدة. So we don't want any more legitimization. That's where a huge departure that I will have with him on that issue of elections. There cannot be any elections for these two people unless it's excluding them. So basically, I don't agree with that. However, like I said, our communities are innocent. All of our communities are innocent, and we should really begin to build that nation in us, in each and every one of us, citizens of South Sudan, that our communities are innocent from all this politicization of what's going on and the exploitation and everything that's going wrong in our country. But it is individuals who may be politically affiliated or militarily affiliated in the management of our country. So thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to all of you and your families. And we pray for a blessed, peaceful 2022, and peace starts in each and every one of us as South Sudanese. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Well
Susan
said.
Jambo. Thank you very much, Susan Jambo, Ustaz Susan Jambo. Thank you for your courage to come up. And really, as an individual, I'm really very impressed that you came up courageously and you come and spoke. وفي ناس كتار جدا اللي هم part of chaos that we are going on, and they were down there. في ناس pagana mom هم جروا كان بيتهموا الحركة الشعبية، بيتهموا جين كانسل of elders. I was actually waiting for Pagana mom to come and ask Uncle Aldo AJOU, Dr. Aldo AJOU. Lakin Pagan went away. Lakin I'm really very impressed that you come here, Susan Jambo. I'm really thankful and very grateful to you. And also, I will accept your wishes of Merry Christmas. I will accept it personally as a family, as me, I call my own. But there are some confusions that you asked in the Buddha and Hadith on Garang Kalam Zede. My question to you, you as a politician, what is SPLM? And what kind of organization is SPLM? And then you can say, the same, and then from there you can defend why you say the same leaders, the same faces are still there. Thank you.
Brother, may I call, if we take this route, I think is going to divert us from the topic. Why did I say that? First of all, I would agree with you to thank Sister Jambo for coming up and weigh in our discussion. I have a lot of respect to her as someone that I see as a political mentor. You see, we have a guest speaker, Dr. Aldo. I think we can put these questions behind until Dr. Aldo finish. From there, if we want to mingle among ourselves to put some analysis to his presentations, we will be more than welcome to do that. But I would like to ask you sincerely, if you don't mind, to go through that question to Sister Jambo right now, because Sister Jambo herself have a question to Dr. Aldo, something that we are waiting to hear from Dr. Aldo. Otherwise, unless we can hear from Brother Abraham, so Aldo can come up to take the podium and answer the questions. And I don't know
I
if you don't
do. I
mind.
do withdraw. I do withdraw. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you and Sister Jambo. Well said, well articulated, and I like the fact that you mentioned these terminologies. Elites. Elites is not the Dinka. The politicians that are actually running South Sudan. I don't care if they are Dinka or Nuer. You are very, very politically correct, and thank you for that, Sister Jambo. Ms. May, you can take it from here to give Brother Abraham, bring Uncle Aldo up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Susan Jumbo. Your words are quite precise, and I believe this is one of the reasons we have an Uncle AJOU today. There are narratives around incriminating communities and tribes in that matter. So we had so many doubts and questions along those lines, and that's why he's here today. So you're not far from what we are speaking about. Thanks for your words, and Merry Christmas to you. I'll drop you down, and Abraham, please, you're the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister May. First of all, let me pass my special gratitude to all Christmas holidays to all South Sudan are in podium here today and the moderators, and wish you a happy and wonderful Christmas. Now, number two, let me give a special thank and gratitude to Sister Peace, Mrs. May, and Brother Attilo, always carrying that flag, and Brother Marcol for this show today. Is a life changing for us, Kadinka. And that's what brought me up here. As you guys don't know, those who are seeing me in different rooms, I always come up and I say, yeah, Jama, I'm not a politician and I don't understand anything in politics. Lakin, the only reason I can be given for, we were mixing between politician and communities. So I'm glad today you guys brought up this initiative to bring up Dr. ALDO AJOU, and I am grateful and honored to have him here with us today. I have one thing I want to tell everybody here today. And number one, and Simon is here. I see everybody, all these opposition politicians. You guys had put us in a lot of trouble in the name of Jen, and your excuses all the time. Well, you are a beneficiary of Jen Council of Elders plans. And we told you, most of us told you, we don't even know what is Jen Council of Elders. We don't even understand what they stand for. But we know them as individuals. I do know some of them, and I know their kids. That's what we know as a Dinka, but we were not given that opportunity to have a productive conversation where we have two sides, everybody says his part. So I'm glad today Dr. ALDO AJOU is here. What I want everybody to take with him today, if you are here and you're still confusing Young Council of Elders with the communities of Dinka, this is your opportunity today to ask your question. Ask your question. Because what you've been doing, it didn't make any sense. And number two, as you could see, if you are a politician and you have a politic problems, our elders are accessible. And you just seen it now, our sisters and our brothers, they managed to bring Uncle ALDO AJOU, and Uncle AJOU was open, heart, and minded to sit and discuss with us. So if you have any political issues, you know where to direct it. If I were you, I will start with my own government. If you say Young Council of Elders, plant a Young Council of Elders, whom are behind land grabbing, why don't you start with your governor, your local communities, and ask them what is happening in the community? And when you have that answer, and you take it from there, step to wherever you want to go, instead going around communities and blaming each other. So please, politicians, this is your opportunity to ask your question. Okay.
Thank
Number
you,
two.
Abraham. Thank you, Abraham. One question per person, please. Just trying to be fair as much as
All right,
possible.
one question then. Now, Uncle ALDO AJOU is here with us today. I want to know, I think Makeri, he kind of asked that question. if it's Gen Council of Elder is still exist, and their goal is to defend Gen interests. Okay, so why they don't have a second layer of Gen Council of Elders to care out of Gen Council of Elders, the Dinka interests? That number one. Number two, we want to know about Gen Council of Elders, so we don't want to mix up the community's interest with politics. If it's there, we need to be aware and taught about it. When we have discussion with other communities, we tell them, look, this is what we stand for. And we don't, this is a community thing. It doesn't have anything to do with politics. So thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. I think that's a good question. Now we will bring Uncle Dr. AJOU back so that he can answer to your question. So we will drop you back into the audience if you don't mind.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your questions. Can we please, moderators, help us get back Uncle back to the stage? Coach?
All right, I see him. So I just sent him an invite right there.
So,
please,
yeah,
Uncle,
come
back.
Yeah. While we are waiting for Uncle to come up, I am getting so many overwhelming messages in my back channel. Some people have chucked in some questions, and some of you are concerned that we should allow the non-Jing to be the one asking questions. I think we have been so fair so far. Matter of fact, I think we've left most of the Jing individuals behind, and we have allowed other people, which is a courtesy, that we are doing to you guys. So please look at it that way. Overwhelmingly, we may not get a lot of people, everybody on stage to ask a question, please. And this is a learning process. It's our first ever to bring him here on our forum, and hopefully we will bring him or any other a member of Gen Council of Elders in the future, and we will have more to speak on in such issues. So we are still waiting for Uncle to come up. And also, I haven't forgotten the questions. We have them. Some questions are written in the inboxes, so we might get a chance later on to read some of the questions, and Uncle may have a chance to answer. So, Uncle, it's your turn to speak now.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Are you on? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. أنا يعني داير أرد كلام بتاع المكيف القصة بتاع elders ويانجسترز وفروع بتاع ناس and age and so on, with African tradition, the elderly people in the community, when there are problems, they don't seek approval from the young people. They assume the spirit necessary. And that's subject we control. So can be married is another, but other with young people. Then ourselves. And based on emotional intelligence. That's what happened to us. أنا يعني with Jumbo is very difficult, by the way. I know what she's saying, but the thing is that it is unfortunate with our agreement. The agreement is actually a gift to two persons, Salva Kiir and Young Machar. And you can see their names in the agreement. This is very unusual. Something which was not fixed with CPA. There were no names that John Garang will have such a position, but SPLM will have a position of first deputy, and this is what happened to us, because if you go back to agreement, you find that it is dedicated to these two people. How do we pull out? We pull out, they go back to work. See, we persuade them, we are always failing. Now, the kalam, we take it into consideration. The kalam are not there. You see? But with all Jambu is saying about ethnicity, we have excluded that in our national dialogue. And some of us who have ideas of ethnicity dropped. Even the majority voices were talking about 64 to be represented, but they dropped what we convene ourselves. And I always say, and the death of a lady she contributed very much. See, and all of us contributed. We actually disowned that one completely. So we came out unanimously that any politics linked with ethnicity will definitely fail. We have done that, and I think many people have this opinion. What the agreement is about. I said it before. You can describe it as clumsy, bogus, and whatever you see. Very difficult. And when it is the name of people, so this place. But I agree the most that what we need I have another question, 80% that I said it in an interview. I might have said it. You see, I might have said it because in my area, no family is untouched. And one family, you find that another family is completely bled out. And by war, mafia. So I might have expressed it in anger, I don't know. If I listen to it again, I tell you, my friend, I can accept something I said. I'll not deny.
Doctor,
no, I'm not denying.
Doctor, I'm a moderator. I just want to interject to that. My mother and my father, they joined the movement. My mother and my father enjoyed the movement. What does that tell you?
Yeah. Now, that one, I might have said it in the discussion with these politicians who actually caused war and denied it. And they wanted to push it to other people. That nothing, you cannot say that there are people in Western Equatoria who cause war. Western Equatoria is the most peaceful. But if you hold them, that they cause war. Because, you know, they accommodated the SPLM, SPLA throughout the war. See, Western Equatoria alone. And I know how we came from there, how we were there. Like in Khartoum, you know, when the army chief came to Khartoum, at that time I left because we were were affected by to at the gate and visited different operation rooms. So I left. You know that I left 1993 publicly. Now the but reacting together, and we have issues that came up as a result of war, differences, and so on. And I think every one of us can ask such questions as we have what we talk about. I have nothing. Nicole wanted me to talk about what I did in Khartoum, but I know what we did together and what we took out of this Khartoum. We know what we did, and we know what we advised to the SPL. So I don't need to say I did this and this and this, but let me say that I'm actually a part of African Federation because a young man during the book to lead after that. We know where our partners, Uganda, in Kenya, in Tanzania, and so we are just African liberation movement, and that is why we say the SPLM is alive because all of us support it, and the process of SPLM is the one of African liberation movements. Check your manifestos and check everything. We are all there. These people who made war and left the SPLM say that they are all of them dead branches of the tree. But the root is alive. The root of SPLM is alive for all of us. And the parties going to elections must specify and must spell out the principles and ideology that govern their parties. Because we are tired of SPLM, IO, SPLM, DC, SPLM. Our SPLM now is called IG. I don't talk about IG because it is not any longer in the government. You see? Why do I do this? I want to leave it to children that our roots are in Africa. And our roots, we have to liberate this Sudan. When the John Garang talk about Sudan, we did not approve of it. But at the end, John was right. See? John was right. You know, the other day when Buran talked about Darfur, Kassala, Nuba Mountains, and so on, and condemned Khartoum, that Khartoum cannot solve any problem. I supported him because I'm an African. An African there are the underdogs in this Khartoum. And some people are talking about democracy in the street. Democracy of what? To bring Margani, to bring Mahdi sector, to bring who in Khartoum, who is there? Our people are in the periphery. I have dragged you out of the questions.
No, it's
but
okay.
I just
It's okay, Angol. You go ahead. Yeah, the floor is yours.
I just want to share, and that is, we are actually Africans if we translate the SPLM correctly. But the individuals are there to spoil whatever it is, to make mistakes and whatever it is. So even Madame Jambo, I like her ideas, and I want to persuade her to come back to SPLM. Because the fellows If they have not lost now, they are going to lose. And you don't need to keep away. Susan, I want to appeal to you that the SPLA, no, the SPLM is your root. Things you are saying outside, you will not have space unless in the SPLM. Let us pull together, including our leaders, let us show them and everything. We don't need another war. We are not only exhausted, but we are completely pushed into chaos that cannot end. Chaos that we cannot separate. Chaos that we will not settle. You can see how we are doing the agreement in 3 years now. It's finished. But we have not brought our people. We have not brought them home. And they are not working to come home by themselves. They are still afraid. It's very serious. Let us come together. And JC have no another space to skip the national dialogue and to skip the agreement. No. This is the agreement telling us that you actually reconcile and apologize and give up whatever you have said in the past and concentrate to bring about peace. Peace can be brought only if all people come together and denounce their past, whatever it is. You denounce your past, by the way. See, declared it in South Africa. Although we did not, we have not achieved enough for people of South Africa, they did. فأنا يعني نحن ما قاعدين هناك as elders عشان سلطة ما دارين سلطة بتاعنا خلاص. The young generation has to come. And we have to support them like this. We are not any longer looking for a position. And that's there an advisor be Majan without pay, by the way. I can do it because of our country. لكن السلطة عليكم انتم. أنا لما نشوف وينكم كده هسه في الصورة ده كله. This is you. If you pull together, you can make difference. You cannot begin to be talking outside like this with ideas which matter really. You see, Hankum Aljua هناك ده الكبار زينا وكده have already lost papers. They don't read and they don't even listen. They don't even listen to radio or seeing television, by the way. Lovely. And sometimes you find them condemning the social media. I'm telling that whether you like it or not, technology is going to accelerate everything. All in the very coming future, you will not see papers published and you pick them up in the morning, go to the office and read them. Marvel. All of it will be digital. Everything will be digital. You see? And the telephone, we are now sharing the telephone. One day, this telephone will give you everything, including television. You will not look for a television to buy in the market. The whole thing will be contained. So, with this one, I'm appealing to all of you, especially Jambo, and I wanted Pagana more to bear with us. And I think he took off because he's a liberator. You know, these people who are called themselves liberators, I'm a liberator, are purpose for reasons we don't know. Because this, right? But I wanted to hear his voice, and I wanted him to go home. You see? And he can actually agree with some people because he's saying real SPLM. Right? There are fake SPLM. He's right there. Why keep behind and you think that people like ALDO are traitors and so on? We have never been traitors. We have never been. We have been in Sudan, You see, defending our country, and quietly we are doing effectively. No, أنا سعيد جدا لأنه what I heard from you, I cannot hear it if I don't connect. Then people just all these are things that pain you. You feel like JC. You have a reason to be afraid that your country is being divided. If people like Nas Aldo are actually confined to Denga, people are confined to Shala or Law, and so on. But it's time to recognize and get out of all this one. We don't want to promote a thing we have suffered. I call on you people, these young people, pull together. And as John called, they are very extreme as Dendi Ayo. But if they were to form a political party, see, with the based on philosophy of SPLM, we will not quarrel. These young people will make it, by the way. But keeping away, if another war come now and take time, we are not only going to lose the country, we will lose the people. You will all be, we will lose you. Let us not get to accept any people taking us back to war. Let us reject this one. Let us not go back to war at all. The other day, I was in the radio, Miraya, and the question of national army came up. I said we need a national army. Into Banatic or into Spears or Sayat, we want the national umbrella, the army, to come together. And the children, those who are being trained are South Sudanese. They are South Sudanese, and we know the law of the army. The intibah and orders are the army. ISOL, train, and we do talimat. In the army, that is how they are organized and administered. So, they are all South Sudanese. If they are trained, let them all go to the army. Our people seem to be fighting the inner fighting, which is personal. We are also worried. You are looking at it, Jumbo, Suzanne. You are looking at it, but we feel it also. They are carrying fighting. Physical fighting has stopped. But the personal fight within the government is very serious. Do you think things contained in the agreement can be slow like this? You must know why are they slow? Now the parliament has been actually fixed, but it's not sitting. The sister is the speaker. You, Suzanne, can phone to her and then she question what is she doing? Then I have made extension. I'm sorry for that, but I feel like needing this such extension as tip for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dr. Aldo. The message is very clear, and actually it reminds me what this Canadian singer said. It is hard to beat the system when you stand on a distance. If I can put myself in the shoes of Sister Jambo, Uncle Aldo said it very loud and clear that Jambo, your place is the SPLM. And SPLM need a reform should start with you. Listening yourself with these beautiful ideas is not healthy for you and your nation. This is what actually I understood from Uncle Aldo. I have a lot of respect to Sister Jumbo. I'm a friend to her younger brother, someone that I respect a lot. We speak a lot, and that was the reason why I invited her to come up to the podium, because I know what she can do and why South Sudan and SPLM have her in the first place. Sister Jumbo, if you're listening, it is something that you have to take home and go tomorrow while you're taking a shower, look in the mirror, just talk to yourself. Try to reprogram your subconscious political mind and see if you can help once again the broken SPLM. Ms. May, I think it is too late now to Uncle Aldo back home. If you don't mind, we can bring up 3 or 6 more questions until we close the show and resume next day.
Thank you, Attilio. And yes, Uncle, people are actually concerned about us keeping you up. So what we will do is we will have 3 more questions from the audience, and then we will have 3 very critical questions that have been sent to my back channel. I'll read them to Uncle and he will answer them later on. But right now we will only have 3 speakers. And as I said earlier, it's actually a very overwhelming time for us. There are so many people that want to ask questions. So please, if you don't get to ask your question today, don't take it personal, and don't shy away, because we will organize this again and we will have more time to learn from him. As by the look of things, we are so hungry to listen to him, and Uncle is also willing to sit here with us the whole time. But then again, let's consider the time and the well-being being above everything all. So right now I will allow Sister Akwich to put back the hand raising so that we can bring out our next speakers, and then we will go ahead from there.
Yeah, thank you, Miss May and Attilio and Uncle Eldo. I have 2 questions. Is it okay on the back channel? Can I ask them? Because I've been waiting to hear it, and the people asked this at the beginning.
Okay,
is it okay?
I think what we'll do, let's bring the last 3 people. After that, then we will ask questions from back channels, and that's it.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
I tried to disable that and it's not happening. Just give me a minute. It's not letting me disable the hand raise, but I invited Suleiman Dan. There was somebody, Jackson.
Somebody else was also waiting for a long time.
These 2 and Natalie Agostino.
Yeah, you have, yes, because I think it should be enough right now.
All right.
Ali, can you raise your hand again? I don't see his hand.
Akwich, you can bring Salman Dandara if he's there.
I invited him, but he is not coming up.
Then you can bring Yasmin. Yasmin is one of the young ladies that have a question.
Yasmin, put your hand up again, please.
Okay, for those of you who are watching at Legacy Media, yes, so they are asking 3 more questions from audience. So just wait for them to ask.
Overwhelming.
They brought up, so let's wait for them to. Let's wait for Yasmin to come up.
Maris, your question, we are not, they cannot, for those of you watching Let's Say Media or Maris, I don't think they will see your comment because we are live here, but I had them.
All right,
to,
I think
if
they
I
can
can
go ahead
ask
and ask their question.
you
We
guys
start
question,
with
but there's a
Ajahn.
lot of people
Yeah.
in Clubhouse who want to have the question. So, so hold your question, and then the next time we will forward your question to them. Thank you.
We hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can. Okay, okay. Thank you, the audience and the moderators. And, welcome, Uncle AJOU. There's some question I need to ask you, like directly. We have problem in our generation, like because you know the institution you people have found, like it is affecting us. Like we have problem now, like the ethnic nationality is affecting the institutions also. Like we have ethnic nationalism, like in the organizing force, and also in the it's affecting us in like in the social media and all that thing. Like the JC now, like if you see people now, like they have like a different different ideas. Like they see you as enemy. Like now, like when we come as a South Sudan now, there's problem between like between the ideology of names, like ethnic nationalism has affected the institutions. Yeah, our institution is not functioning because you know of loyalty. We have a lot of loyalty. Like you see, like if you go, like the national dialogue was talking about that one. Are you agreeing of like for the next election, the resolution of Dr. Mashar and Salva Kiir to step down, so people of South Sudan can be free because they have made a national loyalty, ethnic nationality. People are not free now because they are the main party, SPLMIO and the SPLMIG. So they have created ethnic nationalism between their forces, and including now they are contributing. They are they're distributing the position according to their loyal people. So can you answer that? The loyalty.
Thank you, Ajahn. We will. You ask your question, and then to the next two people, and then Uncle will answer all of them at once. So Jackson, is your chance to ask a question. Please keep it short, brief, and to the point. Thank you. All right, Jackson has left. We will bring somebody else in his place. Yasmin, meanwhile, please ask your question. Oh, Jackson is back. So Jackson, can you ask your question? Jackson, I think if your reception is that bad, we'll drop you and we will have somebody else, please. Yasmin, can you continue?
The show is live now. It's live in Clubhouse. It's live right now.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, it's just morning here. Just woke up not long ago. So my question was very short and simple. I just wanted to thank Uncle ALDO AJOU for being with us here. It's really a privilege among us here. What I was going to say. So I just wanted to ask, like, if there's a new generation of the JCE, so we should form it like a Joint Council of Youth I'm ready to sign up myself as Yasmin. That's all. Thank you. That's after love. All right.
Yeah, Ms. May, if you don't mind, because a lot of people are hesitant to ask a question because Uncle Aldo is here, including Salman. I sent him a couple of messages and he's in the room. I don't know why.
You're welcome, Sister. Merry Christmas. Yes. Yeah, I'm in Clubhouse right now. I'm live in Clubhouse.
People that
but you cannot. They cannot hear you if you come through our media. But it's only me have connection with them. So if you can log into Clubhouse, you can do so, and then you can see the room.
Don't mind bringing it up, and till then we can close. Yes, we can close the room after this because people are hesitant not to ask questions, but people were loud. They're speaking about Young Council elders, all sort of things. Today, Uncle Aldo revealed himself, and he's here available. And even if like that, I'm here. I'm not tired. I'm here to answer you guys. And to be quite honest with you, I was quite surprised why people don't want to confront me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Somebody, can someone not, someone please not bring up.
Before you tune in, I want to thank you all the moderators, and I want to thank you all the South Sudanese people who are listening today. And I want to give my special thanks to Dr. Aldo AJOU, who came to confront and answer all the South Sudanese South Sudanese who are concerned and South Sudanese citizens. I would agree with the Dr. inshallah ربنا يكون خليك تقول دكتور اجتماع دكتور بكل الناس ان شاء الله ربنا يديك العافيه استاذ تيلو has said something very important. الناس كلهم بيعملوا نوع في أبوي سايمون أبوي was there لما عندنا بتاعهم دائما Young Council of Elders برضو we trying to invite him. I did not want to come up today. The Young Nomtok, we are not here to discriminate anybody. AJOU can be Taham and JTA. Actually, they are our priority to come and ask Dr. Aldo AJOU, and we want to give special thanks to Dr. Aldo AJOU, who volunteered for his time. He's a writer and he's a reader. I think on my writing time and my reading time, I can give it up to the people of South Sudan. And he avoided my question that actually was directed to him, and Ustaz Attilo have explained it. Dr. Aldo AJOU will never be answering something that concerning about him, his own personal achievement. Dr. Aldo AJOU is for the South Sudanese people answers, and I understand that. With that being said, another good Dr. Aldo AJOU is not a Zol, but again, is a national figure, and he answered all the.
Majuk, there's a lot of people in Clubhouse, and there's a lot of questions. I'm trying to put you guys at least one question or two, because Clubhouse is very full right now, and there's a lot of people who are asking questions. And the people that were allowed to ask questions mostly are the people, suppose the people who are against even preaching. Those people who have been preaching the hatred against JCE. So those are the people who are allowed to ask their question.
Missy Lucy, وفي SPLA boy و HOC تون قاعدين هنا. ده نشكركم كلهم. علينا يا أستاذ أمين دكتور ألدو AJOU. الناس بيشتموا كل يوم دينكا accusing دينكا. أنا كنت متمنى إنه درس مع من أخوي سايمون أبوي. أنا مبارك عم بيتهم إنه و intimidated, not intimidated. يعني بقول شنو يعني قبال ما انه يعني استاذ دكتور ألدو AJOU يعمل شو بتاعه anticipated. We don't anticipate it in English. He put his mind, he made up his mind. Lakin Dr. ALDO AJOU today, he came. أنا كنت متمنى إنه أبوي يسأل دكتور ALDO AJOU وسايمون وسلمان دندرة يسألوا دكتور ALDO AJOU أي سؤال ده نسأله إنه هم شغالين for the interest of GM. Lakin we have seen إنه دكتور ALDO AJOU is not just only for the interest of GM, but for the interest of South Sudan and the implementation of peace, and they are for the peace, revitalized transitional government of national unity. We are ready to come to the bin sima kalam da wa shukran lekum ya moderators wa ana makhali waqti Miss May wa waqti Peace wa akhui Tido iwasilu fi.
Deng, there are so many questions in the clubhouse that cannot allow me to ask so many questions.
Like, 4 or 5 people up here. You will give each 1 or 2 minutes before we conclude our room. And then we'll come back to the moderators. Thanks, Salman, joined us recently. If you don't mind.
But your question is very, very important. I'm trying, Deng, if I can put in your question.
Colleagues and friends who just came up, and we've actually asked the question can be dropped down before Uncle ALDO answer them and give his final remarks, and then from there we can mingle. If we want to continue all night, that's fine. Thank you, and take it over, please, Ms. May.
Okay, we initially were supposed to have only 3 people, but as you all can see, so overwhelming. We have so many people with their hands up. To be fair, we'll try to keep it at least under 2 minutes. So ask a question, and I believe a question is just a minute, honestly. Yasmin, you've asked your question, I'll drop you down. Miss Lucy, you have a minute to ask your question, please. And then next we'll have Joke, and the list goes on. Thank you, guys. Thank you all, moderator and audience. I'm not going to talk much. I just came here to thank Uncle ALDO AJOU for taking his time to come and to Clubhouse and answer all this propaganda they've been saying about JCE. There's been a lot of war, I'll call it Clubhouse war, Uncle, about the JCE, and we've been attacked a lot here as young people, because every time we try to stand up for the name of jail, we get attacked. So, seeing you here today and answering all the questions, I feel like, it's better for us to allow, the opposition or the Equatorian or separatist for them to come up here in the state, and they should be asking so much questions so that, this propaganda of saying that JCE are involved with the government and they are the one that, advising here, did and what's not. It's better for them to come here and ask all the questions. I've been getting messages from Charles, which is the IO, whatever. He's saying that the moderator don't want to bring him up or whatever. Can you guys check your back channel? He sent me a long answer today that I'm not gonna answer.
We have.
I will forward you guys his question so that
don't worry about it. Just ask your question.
Answer it. So it's an honor to see you here, Uncle, and I'm really, really happy that you are here. And I'm so glad to actually see that you are answering all the questions for me. I have no question to ask you. I will drop myself. Thank you so much. It's just appreciation. Thanks.
Thank you, Nana. Good. Thanks for that. A word of appreciation. We'll have Joke to ask a question next, please.
Thank you. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Greetings to all concerned South Sudanese who are in the room, and especially greetings to our elder, Dr. ALDO AJOU. Thank you for being here. And personally, I always encourage our elders to make themselves available for our people. You're one of the South Sudanese elite, and you've been there doing your part till this day. As an elder, and greatly you mentioned the call of our movement was a liberating one. And if that was the case, we have not achieved our main goals, and I understand that our struggle continues. Being our elder, It takes a village to raise a child as an African people. And personally from Adinka, I'm one of those people that oppose you, Dr. Aldo, with the rest of other elders from within a section or an ethnic group within South Sudan, given the role that you've all played, given the level of education that many of you have attained, and the political experience. Why was it so necessary for a group of you to choose to only be just you, the Dinka, when we have a country that we are defending, given the sensitivities? And I know you understand, as we all understand, we as South Sudanese, we have a moral obligation to stand against anything that causes division among our people. And given the knowledge and experience that you and many other uncles have, why have you allowed yourself to commit such a mistake? You could have defended every ethnic. We wouldn't want anybody to die. And I base this on me listening to your interview on Radio Denka. Why didn't you, with the rest of other elders, stood together? Why didn't you stand together defending the right of everyone, giving the sensitivities? And I would ask, thank you so much for you being here. And we want you and many others to really come up more, because we want to hear directly from the JCE. Many of us as Jing members are dealing with many problems to where there's a question now. And also I would ask you to also speak to us directly as Jing people, that we have to end this type of sectioning. I'm here as the South Sudanese, and any life matters to all of us, and we should be protecting every life. I also would want an elder like you to speak to our people, to be sensitive, and stop throwing inflammatory things where we say these people have not contributed in our struggle. If a family contributed one member, it's equal to the number of majority that were there. I also, I wanted to be fair. If anybody said facts here, our elder and the real SPLM, Pagana Mom, it stated that your group now has a better position than many other groups. So we'd like to know, where do you stand now with all the confusion that has been facing us? I hope my question is clear, and thank you for coming, and we want more. Encourage the rest of other elders and our politicians that you're connected with. And when I say our politicians, I mean South Sudanese politicians. We have to correct this. We're in a very critical place, and we have to save our country. It's on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your question. I will have a CLA boy. Please ask your question. Thank you. Keep it ready.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. May. Greetings to all of you, and in particular to Dr. Aldo. That is talking. Close my door. Okay, sorry. Dr. Aldo, I'm sure you have heard and you've been hearing on numerous occasions that all South Sudanese blame JC, the Young Council of Elders. One, the South Sudanese believe that the JC have a great influence over the presidency in South Sudan. They blame that the Young Council of Elders have a role in all political decision making. Is it true that you guys have this influence over President Salva? And why? Because you are only a body of a particular ethnic group. And why do you have that decision or this influence over presidency? That's the question that I'm asking. And why is it also difficult for you to form the South Sudanese council of elders than a young body only. I thank you.
Thank you, SPLA boy. Wilson, please ask your question. And next we will have Suleiman Dandra. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Ms. May. Actually, covered this event on Lake State Media, and I'm receiving a lot of questions here, but which is the question that I will ask is not coming from me, it's come from the audience who are watching you guys live. Uncle ALDO, my name is Abraham Medin Majak, and I'm one of the Lake State Media hosts. We host you one time in our media platform. This is a very good. I thank you for coming into Clubhouse to join us, because we have been talk and defend JCE because the accusation our colleague from South Sudanese doing in Clubhouse and Facebook, social media. This question is coming from one of the person watching. He's saying that the war, as we all know, the war in 2013, he was asking the question, the war of 2013 was caused by revenge attack, that what happened in 1991 or not? So that's the question that's coming from that person. So I know that Ms. May I ask my other question or no?
No, you can ask a question, Brother Madit, and I like the fact that you introduced yourself to Uncle ALDO. Madit is one of the hosts of the Lake State Media. They engage as well in South Sudan political community. So you can ask the question as long as it's brief. You're more than welcome to do that, because we don't want to keep him up. It's quite late right now in Africa. We want to take these questions and he will answer them. From there, he will give his final remarks until we schedule another room, hopefully in 2 or 3 weeks to come next year, to be specific. You go ahead with the question, please.
Thank you, Brother Tilo. This will be a brief. This question, Uncle ALDO, is about, as you know, I'm from Lake State, from Yerul. And all of us know that the crisis going on in Lake State and Warab State. These two states has been violent going on, commercial violence that are killing one another. We're killing one another over there. Have JCE elders, our elders. What did your group at JCE did you guys intervene into this conflict going on in Lake State and Warab? Did you guys stop? Why did you guys intervene? Because we didn't see any article. JCE intervened to stop the violence going on in Lake State and Warab. Thank you.
Ms. May, you want to give the floor to Salman? Yes, Salman. Yes, Salman Dandra. I think Ms. May will introduce you, and I would like to ask the moderator to give Salman a little bit of time, if not 2 or 3 minutes, because Salman Dandra is one of the people that engage in social.
But until you just introduce it, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure, for sure, yeah. Salman Dandra, Uncle ALDO, is from Bongo tribe.
Let me introduce myself, please.
Hang on a second, we have rules here.
I have your question, so he will.
Up to you. After
he will answer.
You take the floor, Salman. Salman Dandra is South Sudanese in diaspora who engage in a social club and social media, advocating for peace, sometimes ethnic prejudice. He's a member of the SPLM's AJOU, who are actually a member of this current government in South Sudan. Recently, Salman came up with a very serious statement, I think out of frustration that the other 63 tribes should unite against the Dinka. I'm not saying that to agitate him. That's something he said. And once you are nashid or advocate for peace, you have to watch your language and what you say, because you will be held accountable for what you are saying. Salman is here, and I would like to give him some few minutes. If he wants to introduce himself, that's up to him. and if we want to ask you, Uncle and Dr. Aldo, is up to him. And I think بكون حبل فاصل today because Young Council of Elders being echoed in a very negative way for quite some time. And people who actually entertain that are folks like Salman himself. That's why I would like to give him an opportunity to ask you personally. أستاذ سلمان الفرصة أو مساحة يعني الآن لك تفضل لو أنت عايز تقدم نفسك بأي كيفية فأنت يعني حر في يعني في من كل اتجاهات يعني. شكرا.
السلام عليكم كلكم في المنبر. دكتور ألدو تحية لك كبير. أنا بعرفك معرفة شخصيا وأنا ما بتذكر يمكن أنت فترة طويل وما بتكون عارفني. أنا من واو، أنت كنت حاكم أنا الشاب، وأنا دفعة جمرت جيت في بيتك مرتين، أنت جبنا أوراقي عشان تقدم لي كلية حربية زمان. قابلتك في ليبيا، أنا كنت ممثل الحركة الشعبية في ليبيا بتاع الحركة. أنت جيت معك الكلبونة واليابة سعود ومبارك الفاضل والصديق المحلي. خليني أقول حاجة ينر عندي، وأنا ذاته نر عندي، لأنه علينا فراتيب ما عندنا إلدس بالمعنى ده، لكن أي زول بفوت 50 سنة هو إيراني بالنسبة لنا.
أستاذ سلمان ده ما فرتيت، أستاذ سلمان ده بونغو من بونغو قبيلة البونغو.
كده شوف شكل يا أخي أنت قاعد فعلني أنت بعرف فرتيت من بونغو، أنت قاعد خلي عنده يقول كلامه. أنت ذاتك انت اول حاجه انت يا جماعه يا انكل ألدو الزول ده كان زول بتاع رياض مشار. انا كده عرفته ده زول بتاع رياض مشار قال نخش معاه في، لكن ده موضوع برا خليه يا مياكل.
Just continue.
let me يا جماعه ما ممكن انت معناه ما لازم نتكلم.
نو سلمان انت وجه سؤالك لانكل ألدو وبعدك لو انت
ما هسه نجاوب شنو. زول بيقول لي انت ما بونجو انت فرتيت، يعني نخلي الكلام ده نمشيه يعني مش الموضوع
ده his opinion.
ما ده ما محتاج للراي، ده قبيلتي ده ما محتاج راي، قبيله زول محتاج. هسه انا لو قلت له انت جلابه ده راي، ما هو جلابه بالمناسبه بالنسبه لي هو جلابه.
Okay, Suleiman, this is what I would like to say. Apologies on being interrupted. Please continue with the question.
Uncle ألدو أنا ما جاي أسألك من كلام من راسي. أنا زول بتاع حركة شعبية. أنا وصلت مرحلة بتاع NLC، عضو بتاع NLC، صادقت على الاتفاقية بتاعت نفاشة ده، وكده عملوا عليه مصادقة في رومبيت دكتور جون ناداني. لو أنت راجعت الأسماء بتاع الناس الصادقوا على الاتفاقية بتاعت نفاشة أنا اسمه موجود، لأنه أنا حضرت المصادقة بتاعه في رومبيت. لو سألت سأتكيل كويس لأنه جليبي يعني. أنا لحد شهر 11 فاد أنا حركة شعبية، لأنه أنا عندي 31 سنة في الحركة الشعبية. خليني أقول لك كلامي كزور كبير. جنوبيين 63 قبيلة زعلانين، ما زعلانين كلام سهل. حتى وكده ده بقول الأكيد بيقول لي قال أنت ناديت عشان واحد جنوبيين بالدينجا. ده ما كلامي، ده كلام أنكل ألدو. قال هم مكونوا اسم شنو جريتا بارقزال، وكتوم شافوا مشكلة جاية لمونجا هم جدوا زول بتاع فرتيت، وهم جدوا مش كونوا جريتا بارقزال بس، كونوا جريتا بارقزال وكونوا جريتا عالمي استوايا أبر نايل شلوك ونوير رفضوا. يعني هم المبادرة بتاع توحيد الجنوبيين ناس أنكل ألدو يردبوه، وأنا بشكره في الكلام ده رغم أنا ما بعرف الفرتيت الكان في الموضوع. لكن
speak to the question please سلمان.
ما أنا دار نجاوب كلام تيلو ده والكلام اللي قال. أنا قلت أنا دار نجمع 63 قبيلة ده. ما أنتوا تجيبونا هنا لازم تسمعوا كلامنا يا جماعة. ما لما تجيبونا هنا تسمعوا كلامنا، ما تجيبونا هنا عشان قال نسأل. وبعدين لازم نجاوب كلام تيلو ده. أنكل ألدو في الشريط بتاعه قال أنا حافظ الشريط، وقال ان احنا كونا جريتا.
يا استاذ سليمان don't be angry.
انا ما زعلان يا جماعه، ما قدرت نجاوب كلام التيليو ده. بعدين نسال سؤالي. انا ما ده ما كان كلامي، كلام انا ده 63 قبيله دي دينكا، ده ما كان كلامي، لكن لازم نجاوب كلام التيليو ده بعدين نرجع لانكولان نسال سؤالين.
Getting hot.
وكلام انا قاعد نقوله ده
I don't even know how many hours.
كان في كلامي ده فوق غلط وبيجاوبوا. وقال في الشريط بتاعه ان هم كونوا جريتا على بحر الغزاله الكبرى بياكل قريب للالدو وكيلو اكثر منا.
سليمان
خليني نتكلم يا اخي، نرد للزول ده. ما خليني يا جماعه يا انكل الدو لو ده موضوع انا بنسى. انا ما مجبور اسمه شنو. انا ما جاي مشاكل مع زول. انا جاي نقول كلام المذيع الجنوبي يا انكل الدو. انا جاي نوريك كلام المذيع الجنوبي. Let me tell you the right thing. انت هنا راجل وانا راجل. المفروض في بالمونجا لما نزول عنده كيس ودي له فرصه يتكلم. انت اتهمتني يا كيليو بانه انا قاعد نوحد الجنوبيين في بالمونجا. لازم انا نبرر نفسي قدام الجنوبيين.
يا سليمان
This is what I would like to say, okay?
اوكي خلاص كده دقيقه. خلاص كده خلي بتاع خلي نرجع لسؤالي. خلينا نرجع لسؤالي يا انكل اندو.
Continue.
عشان
Continue.
قبل ما نسالك، انا حركه شعبيه لحد شهر 11 ده. مؤمن بالحركه الشعبيه ومؤمن بالجون. وفي اي زول هنا في جون ده شاكلت مع ناس كتار رجعوني ريز كله في موضوع بتاع الحركه الشعبيه. انا مؤمن لانه انا عسكري. انا عسكري في الجيش الشعبي. وواحد من اميز الضباط بتاع التوجيه المعلومه. لكن كده انا سميت شريط بتاعك انا حافظه. وكنت سميت صوتك الوان مات. انا بقيت مجنون لانه انا اخويا الصغير اخر لبن بتاعي مات في كور. اختي اقبل في استراليا حارب. اخويا والدندره حارب. انا في حركه شعبيه ما غيرت من سنه تزين انا دخلت حركه شعبيه ما غيرت. ما اشتغلت في حكومه اي حاجه. ما بعرف حاجه غير الحركه. لكن كده اسمع كلام ده يلا اسمع كلامك اللي انت قلته وبعدها انا بسال سؤالي. خليني تسمع انت بنفسك عشان ما يقولوا المونجا هنا ما يقولوا نازل قاعدين يقولوا كلام من راسه. اسمع الكلام ده. Now we got people take it to 1991. June the men and the community who got him. And now we don't want people to deal with that. And because of that, that's why we yeah, but okay. Now here.
Are you done, Salman?
يا بس يا خليه يسمع بنفسه. اسمع انت. اسمع.
We can hear it. We cannot hear it, Suleiman.
كده ما واضح؟
Put it up more.
I will be back in a second.
Okay, Honorable, that boy take a man, you know, and cancel a village thing. Like you will like him and other things and Jawam. When I talk to him, I tell you that young cancel a village, I'm not going to say, I want to get for example, on things that make that. I think you got to close one of them. Then council of village is always I talk a jam, I will reply. I think when you got I jam about foreign intervention, and I'm going to be you. After when I from the political situation, I know what judge I will can call again council of village to form a position of the own. The only one I think I don't want to get a website, no one because they call against the council.
Excuse me, Suleiman.
Bakale de matasmo kalaman kolya matasmo.
No, Salman, Maita, what are you doing? Actually, you're taking the room to listen to some interview.
I have moved him to the audience because he cannot come here and think he will drive the show. We will allow Uncle Aldo to answer the question that have been asked. There were more than 5. I think it's a little bit too overwhelming. So he may answer first before we ask questions from the back channel, please. Thank you. Uncle AJOU, it's your turn to enter.
Thank you so much. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. In fact, the questions, some of the questions date back to number 1, I told you. Stage 1 was war. And in war, there is fighting, physical and intellectually. They all go together, propaganda and everything. Now, this stage is what we have passed. Because if we want to investigate all those people who were in war, we were actually, I tell you, I can say it anytime, that our mission was to defend the government against the rebellion. The rebellion was designed in such a way that it is directed to Denga. So whether you bring my voice or not, my position at that time, I cannot get away from it. The other thing is that we did not cause war. It is a lie. Because you know very well, and this is Salman, you know it very well, that the question, what caused the war? The war was caused by division of leadership of the SPLM. And that leadership divided into 2 in the government. And Salva Kiir removed the group together on 27th of July 2013. That group organized itself. And you know the confrontation that happened on the 6th of December, press conference of Riek Machar, on the 9th of December, press conference from Wanega, all was a dispute that led to the the 15th of December. They went to war. We didn't really anticipate that there was going to be a fight among South Sudanese so soon. But what happened, my friend Suleiman? What happened in Juba? If you are a soldier of SPLA, you must know who did the damage in Juba. If there were people killed in cold blood and they were done by Denka, you must know them. And by the way, we know them. If they can be tried, they can all be with yourselves as SPLM and SPLA. No party will be associated with it. No tribe that will be associated with it. And you know what happened thereafter in Bo. You know what happened thereafter in Malakal. You know what happened at that time in Bentiu. You know it. How many people were killed in revenge? And was revenge on who? On the Dinka. Now, you people are taking the matter one-sided. If you want to investigate this war, don't take it one-sided. You take it overall because the law must get its own space. But if you think that it is actually Yang and nobody else, you are mistaken. And we have proven to the world that the Yang Council was not the cause. The Yang Council was formed thereafter based on reaction, like anybody. Because they were accused to be the people running the government. I want to tell you this, who caused the war. And who signed the agreement thereafter. The same people as Suleiman signed this agreement, and the same people as Suleiman are the members of the unity government. The Denka has no chair in the percentages prescribed by agreement to belong to SPLM, SPLM-IO, and other parties. Why don't you take things in this basis? I tell you, our group can actually take the case to anywhere you people like it. And we can develop that you. Who are, and that is not what we are. We are accepting a political resolution of the conflict. Because we know the resolution of political conflict does not harbor crimes. They are not criminal cases, but they are based on political justice, not criminal justice. And that's why all those people who committed crime, some of them now are ministers. See? That is, you must know this. And nobody can accept the guilt to be transferred to a weak person out there and say Denka. We are not going to accept it. And that's why we are boldly facing anybody. Because we know who are the criminals of this world. By the way, we know who are they. But have you ever found that we are talking to charge anybody? No, we are not charging anybody. So let me say, the agreement provided that all this must be put at the back so that we put the country together. But if you are still pointing finger to us as JCE, without pointing another figure to others we know the participated in the war, then you are wrong. We will answer you boldly. Don't think that we are going to submit to anybody. Nothing. But we submit to peace. And only peace that can allow us to reconcile. But if you want to make a showdown with the Denka, we'll not allow. Because what are we? We are this community that compose this country. You see? And each of us must be free and must get their right. We are not actually encouraging the rights of others. So, this brother, Shilma, Kalimak, Lamita, in the Bada Salam. انت بقول عسكري بتاع اس بي ال تقول لك ما في لعب في الجسد
رئيس الدكاتره مالك ببرغزال جاء عينه بدأ يكون وزير، لكن هو زول ما خريج بتاع جامعه عينوه زول بتاع خدمات في وزاره الاسكان في واو. قام اختلف مع وزيره كانت اصلا موجوده هناك ولا كان واحده موجوده في وزاره في $5,000. الزول ده is a part of the government himself وقاعد يقول زول بتاع ريك مشار قاعد في جوبا عشان نديك خلفيه عن سلمان دندر. سلمان دندر ما بلنداو هو بونغاو.
انا very clear. انا يعني القيس ده انا بخليه very sure يا سليمان، لكن انا بس داير اوريك عشان انت ده لو عندك عداله قدامك ده، عداله دي لازم يشمل الناس كله، ما عداله جزئي. there is no justice in يعني partial justice. no ما في كلام ده. انا بخليك لو انت بونجو انت من توي. بونجو وين؟ بونجو بيبوسري ما في. ده كلام بتاع سليمان. انا داير كلام بتاع جو. انا دايرك ما تقول انه you are ashamed of us.
Because we are يا دكتور جوجا من أبيعي هو من أبيعي جوجا هو من أبيعي هو من أبيعي.
انت يا جو ما تقول you are ashamed on us. انت you have to be ashamed on the politicians of أبيعي ذات المشى rebellion وأبيعي لسه solution ما and you embrace rebellion انت and they went to rebellion. We wanted to protect the country. هسه ده البلد ده باقي شويه بس لو ارسل فيه اي طلقه ثانيه البلد ده will actually يعني splinter. ما بقعد في جوبا، ما بزول بقعد في جوبا يا جوك. let me tell you لانه people are very much divided. شغلنا كله we want to close the gap. This division some are realities. You see? And sometimes without exaggeration بتاعت Thomas Rilo أنا بقول أنه maybe Equatoria has something to say. Equatoria has something to say. لأنه أنتوا النايلوتكس القصة بتاعكم قصة داير وقت عشان الناس يتكلم فيه. You don't respect others and you don't respect right of others. الشغل اللي في جوبا ده كله ده فيه نايلوتكس كله، فيه دنكا، فيه نوير، وفيه شنو؟ التوتر ده بتعمله. فأنت be ashamed of what is going on with your community في جوبا ده. They respect nobody. And this is, you should say you must be ashamed on that. Lakin you are ashamed because we are answering as leaders. We took up.
دكتور before that في أبناء من أبناء individual في أبناء معلش دقيقة بس معلش I'm moderator I can interject. يا دكتور on despite إنه هو في community في جوبا في أبناء من أبناء أبيعي الليلة ده عندنا فيديو وأكيد ده شاهد بيتناضلوا بيقولوا أبيعي ده 100 تابع للسودان. خليك من الجوك يجي يتكلم إنه يقول لنا دين كان سلف shame on themselves. and also كلام تاع دكتور لوكا بيونغ اللي بيقول انه في حكومه جعليين في جوبا. ونفس دكتور لوكا بيونغ بيقول على انه المسيريه ودينكا نوك يعيشوا حياه سلميه. نفس الشيء برضه دكتور فرانسيس دينغ بيقول برضه اللي هو عضو معكم، ناس بيقولوا عضو معكم في جين كانسر فالدس، بيقول انه جين بتاع ابيعي يعيشوا حياه سلميه، في حين انه المسيريه هم بيقتلوهم. انت واصل في الكلام بتاعك. based on that what I just said, I want you to wrap up.
انا داير اقول انه يا جو انت if you want to feel shame and that is your mission to feel shame, I advise you be shame of Denka, Nuer, and the law. They are the key problem now, even in this war. Munu jab al-habda, munu. And you know, your own colleagues, بيكلموا كيف. انت ده تفتكر انت ان يعني اكواتوريا بقبلك لو ما في سولوشن؟ ما بقبلك. وناس مذكال برضه ما بقبلوا لو ما في solution. Because we are 3 legs in one country. Please take it from me. We are just 3 legs and we must accommodate ourselves on the constitution. لكن كيس ده and we are ashamed because of us. يا أخي be shame لو في حاجة going on in South Sudan. Even this corruption انت بتتكلم فيه ده it is actually a thing that covers the whole Africa and all this. أنا داير أقول لك الحقيقة عنه. Let us actually get things reconciled, forgive one another, put all this thing into store, because أنت بكون مشاكل لأجيال جاي. This is history. Many of you now are saying lies for research. The researcher who will come will pick you as the people who have put the South in difficulties in 2 years only. وناس لمان يقول أنا بتكلم معك كSPLA. بقولوا كده. We are liberators. What is it? The mess coming from where? Coming from you people. I want to stop here. I don't say this in order to carry forward the JC any longer, because there is no issue the JC is going to advocate. The JC was advocating against the fact that the government is the Denka government, when it was not. Salva Kiir, who fought since 1962 to the end of 2005. Never mind it now. And then they say this is Denka government. Now, when they came back, they are there. Yauda. All of them are in the cabinet. You don't see them in a jail council because you want to continue the war. أنا يا جماعة إنتوا الدنكا الكلام ده. Get to your community and see what the Equatorial is complaining about. البقر بتاعكم. Recklessly you are releasing بقر بتاعكم at random because you are strong. القصة بتاعت lands in Juba. You want to snatch anything by force, and you don't respect them. What do you think? You think that this is?
Thank you. Let Uncle finish.
Dictorado.
أيوة. أنا معك.
يا جماعه دقيقه خليه يكمل ده سؤال بدايه. دكتور عبدو سلامة يا جماعه دقيقه خلينا نسال سؤال بس. ده سؤال بس يا جماعه. I'm a moderator.
We
I'm a
have
moderator.
okay.
يا دكتور ألدو السلام الموجود هسه حاليا ده السلام الموجود هسه حاليا السلام يا جماعة يا اخواننا دقيقة خلينا نكمل السؤال للدكتور. السلام الموجود هسه حاليا ده انتم مشيتوا كجين كانسل اوف إلدرز وانتم مشيت ناديتوا نوير كانسل اوف إلدرز وجيت قعدتوا وانتم قلتوا يا جماعه انه الحرب الدائره دي ما بين نوير ولا مع دينكا، لانه الجماعه كانوا رفعوا السلاح، كانوا وجونا في امريكا قالوا دينكا بيقتلوا في الناس، لكن انتم مشيتوا كجين كانسل اوف إلدرز، مشيت ناديتوا نوير كانسل اوف إلدرز، مشيت قعدتوا مع روب موي قلت لهم يا جماعه الحرب دي ما بين قبيله النوير ولا قبيله الدينكا. انتوا بقيتوا انتوا بقيتوا السبب بتاع السلام الداير ده ولا دخلوكم في السلام. والجنوبيين لما انتم مشيتوا عشان تحقنوا الحرب دي كانت ما بين النوير ودينكا، كانت حرب اهليه ما بين سياسيين، لكن انتوا حميتوا كل السودان عشان جنوب السودان ما يكون في حرب. الناس ليه ما قادرين يعترفوا بالحاجه انتوا جبتوها للسودان؟ لانه ليه لما حقنتوا الحرب وريتوا العالم انه الحرب دي ما بين الدينكا والنوير وما في زول nobody want to acknowledge that. ده السؤال بتاعي لكم وشكرا.
ايوه انا في الكلام ده نحن we actually do not accept as communities that we have caused war and the war is ours. We have history. We fight ourselves as and be treated like that. But when it comes to the end, I told you that you have something to pay. Something don't single out. No Equatorial will accept you because you are blaming Gian Council. They know the facts. But they use these facts because they are fighting. They know who is guilty. And they know who is actually Zola Aram, you know, Menu. فإنتوا don't try to get out of this. القصة حصل. The history has people to blame. وبعدين شوف أنا كتبت الكتاب وتايتل بتاعه Evolution of the Sudan People Liberation Movement SPLM from 1983 to 2016. Do you know what I said there? The inner fighting of leaders of SPLA, leaders of SPLM, starting from 1983 to this date that I'm talking with you. ما تكونوا كيف سديانو برا. The people here must actually get out of it. فنحن نكون زيادة، لكن ده ما ميشن بتاعي. أنا هسه بقول لك السؤال القبيل بقول عنه انتوا هسه بقيتوا تعملوا شنو؟ الشغل بتاعنا هسه if we are still meeting is to support this peace and to tell our people to reconcile. ونقول لهم يا جماعة يعني انتوا the Bishop of Canterbury and the Pope, people who represent 2,000 million people, went down to your feet and kissed your feet. And when they kissed your feet, they actually kissed the soil of South Sudan. Because the soil of South Sudan, you took it there under your shoes. And you ignore this, and you still unreconciled. We have to see that they are reconciled in South Africa way, through truth and confession, so that we get out this one. But if you think that you are dwelling on JC, this is a gone case. Let the history condemn JC. That is historical condemnation. Get yourself and write history and condemn JC. And I'm telling you, no another member tomorrow from JC that will tell you we are out there to fight. Fight who? The war has stopped. But the thing is inside. People are not reconciled. I'm talking to Juba, my friend. They are not reconciled. They are still fighting. And that is why our peace is not moving. What is difficult there in our peace? There's nothing. Is there anything difficult?
دكتور ألدو أنتم ما بتحسوا بأنه جنوبيين ظلموكم كجين كانسل فالدس إنه أنتوا يا السبب بتاع السلام جاب الاتفاقية بتاعت 2018 ده ما بتحسوا بأنه ظلموكم أنتوا يا السبب إنه جبتوا السلام وأنتوا حقنتوا الدماء وما يكون في موت ثاني ما بين النوير ودينكا وما في حرب في السودان.
Nano Kulu communities in South Sudan, if they are left really to investigate into these issues, and including Suleiman, we will put you all in prison. Because you have defaulted and you have brought the country into crisis like this. Now, where is our nationalism that brought us to vote in a referendum? It is losing. It is loosened because of your war. And Southerners, where you can see when the SPLA came to Juba, red carpet from nowhere to everywhere. Is that the spirit now? Is that? What has killed it? Let us take things in order to come back and resolve them on the merit that went wrong. You heard Angelo Beda in the national dialogue. He said, what went wrong is the answer we are. That is the question we are seeking its answer. What went wrong? So, the JC, let me tell you, and nobody else will dispute my thing, is out for peace. Peace which is genuine. Peace that will actually bring South Sudanese together. Is there any person who owns South Sudan that can actually take South Sudan to accept the direction? Is it Denka or Nuer or anybody? It is all of us. And it is our constitution that will actually keep our country together. It is our army that will keep our country together. It is our economy that will keep our country together. And it is actually our own development and services equally to our people and employment, which is just for people to compete for a position. Now, can you tell me this position in Juba, where they actually, I don't know, there was notice that people compete. There are people with very good certificate and technical know-how. They have no place. Is that the thing you say it is JC doing this, and you leave people near you there, as Suleiman? The kalam minu baqbal kalam there. Huh? Anna, I want at the end to say to South Sudanese, the time is up to correct ourselves and correct our country and reverse our country into a route that will bring us to our own respectful, because politics is reflected by what you do internally. It is what reflects the foreign relations. We want, Ajama, to condemn ourselves and come up with solutions to retrieve our country. Our country is slipping away from where it's going away. That is, as elders, you will get this cry in every community. What I'm saying, you as an elder now, you will get it in every community, that they are praying for this country to get back to itself. And I want to tell you, when they ran to Khartoum we have lived in, are they friends to us? Are Africans free in Khartoum? Are we free here with Khartoum creating problems for us? Let us be sound. That is what I'm telling you, but I'm not dictating you. I am actually going back. Whatever JC has done, if it is a mistake, the only mistake I don't accept is that I was defending the country from people misleading South Sudan into collapse. I did not intend to be against my own people. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I have to say.
Thank you to ALDO. It was actually a very remarkable contribution, and I'm quite disappointed and sorry for the corruption that happened a while ago. We are about to conclude our room, but Salman was interrupted a while ago, and I know Salman Dandra is a member of the SPLA, SPLM. Even he was contradicting himself. He's a guy that used to call for unity, and for whatever reason, he came up to call for this unity of South Sudanese. It's something that he should be held accountable to that. I don't know if the rest of the market, if you don't mind to give Salman 1 minute to finish his thought, because he messaged me through back channels, and Dr. ALDO said something. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, halas, yes. I will.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Ms. May.
Halas, okay, yeah, you guys can carry on from now.
I think we just you moderators next room closing, and I will remark it in the end. I can uncle really appreciate it. There's a lot of people, but then means this is not fair. So I think we start with the ladies, and then you guys, and then bring it to me. We'll conclude.
Could you go first?
Could go ahead, please.
Yeah,
all right. I just want to thank the audience, 251 people, for the time they gave us. And above all, I just want to thank Dr. AJOU. I didn't do an introduction of myself, but that's for another day because it's getting late.
You've got 1 minute, just do it.
Okay, yeah. I've been using the name Peace, so he probably don't know me, but my name is Apuch Welle Riak. If you know Dr. Isaac Chwe Riak, that's my dad. In Riak, those are my parents. Yeah, and they're well known in South Sudan. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you so much for the time and for giving your answers in a very elaborate. And I hope that has clarified a lot of things about JCE. And I hope South Sudanese are willing to put this aside and not use it as an scapegoat, because it has been used, JCE has been used as a scapegoat to silence a lot of Dinka, to also humiliate a lot of Dinka people. So I hope today your presentation has removed some of those frustrations and also has clarified to them what exactly is the role of JCE. There were two questions that I had. I don't know if you moderators are okay, or can we leave it for next time?
I think probably best to leave it for next time. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
We have questions. We can leave them for next time.
Yeah, so for those people who asked two questions in the back channel, just know this is not personal. Uncle ALDO cannot respond to your questions, but we'll keep them for next time. So thank you, Uncle AJOU, and I hope you will get a break and you will come back again. Thank you for your service today and for spending Christmas with us.
Okay, Ajama, I'm very, very grateful, and I want to thank you And the fact that you managed to bring people like Pagana Mom, Susanna, Jumbo, and the rest of you for people to debate like this is healthy. It is healthy because it can take us to an area of solving our problems. Problems happen. War has happened. Participation in the war like JC after the war, of course with ideas and so on, with only the fact that up to now I'm talking with you, I don't see the president. There are people who do not want me to see the president, but I'm saying to be always with him. I'm not always with him because I don't find a way to where the president is. And all this problem being created by South Sudanese, but there are people who are near and doing nothing. What I want to say is that let us come together, because if we don't solve our problems early as we are, when they get deeper and become uncontrollable, we shall not be able to resolve them. They are still now very shallow because we are at square one of trying to build a country. A country we have actually been fighting for it for a long time, over 55 years. You can imagine there are no people of this kind who are so resilient like South Sudanese. They are still talking with pride and all this after the war took them for 55 years. And now their own years alone fighting themselves has gone up. It's going to 70 years. See, our war is a waste. And they themselves call it senseless war. Themselves, those who are fighting. Ya jamaa, nahnu mistakes made and recognized and put away are the best solution to the problems of human beings when they are recognized. These people who are in the West, who today we think that they are the people who can bail us out, what were they? They were worse than us. Because Africa by tradition was governed, but it was interrupted by slave traders and Arabs. But we were the best who carried ourselves. We were the best because we wrote the heavenly books. God gave them to us. This Quran, Bible, and Torah are the work of black people. They were written in Africa. When there was no single white person in the Mediterranean, we were there. So we are great people. Yeah, Yama, Anna, some people will add their voice to me. Let us persuade our own people. Nasfaganda, they have to come back. You see? And all of you, let us push hard to see that these leaders of ours come together. My message is so peace, and we go back to ourselves. When we are actually crossing words, insults and blame and all this always fly left and right. But genuine people wind back to get facts of their life. Anna, I'm not afraid of any question, and I admire you. That is why I get myself to talk to you and write in the media. One time when I joined Facebook, one of my friends, Jacob Akol, we met in the airport, and he told me that, why do you get to Facebook? What do you want? I simply told him that it is the Facebook where there are people. Social media, you get people. because there is nothing a human being can do without communication or without consultation or without thinking to reverse a mistake. These are weapons of getting to resolve problems. And Jacob himself drove up, and he's a part of the social media. And my appreciation, because you have brought me with you to ask me what next that we're going to do. It's fair enough. And I like the way you are addressing this. We have to get our people out. Like what John Lucas said, we get our people back to our country. How? Let us actually share together. And we cannot boycott ourselves that some are opposition, I cannot talk to them. That attitude cannot give us democracy or give us a solution to have a constitution of a country. It will continue to divide us. But if the young people are closer, you are all closer, by the way, you are not enemies. You are fighting a war of individuals, enemies who are doing their war. It's not yours. You have nothing. So, if you like, this is my conclusion, that we get to accept the revitalized agreement. Because the vision into a future is that if we lose it now, we will actually end up in chaos without any solution. You will not catch anybody. It is better that we have a bad peace than nothing. Because if we get nothing, no peace, this country will not stand. We are so angry against one another that will not sustain unity, by the way. It is time to grab the chance so that we use this agreement. We are people educated, and we can know what is our interest in this agreement and what is not our interest. See? And we can remove things to do with individuals. This is what I want to say.
Uncle Aldo, I don't know, you actually made me very flabbergasted, if I can say that, because your final remarks.
Come on now, don't cry, you're a big boy.
Yes, I know. To come from you as someone who belongs to entity is deemed and was sold out in the social media that they are the cause and the root cause why South Sudan is going backward.
Hang on.
Wait, when he doesn't talk, please. الا هو انا اظن هو هيخلص معي يرجع ثاني اكيد لو اخلص رجال سيسرمي وما ياكل بعد ذاك عشان يرجع.
That's what I want to say. For Uncle Aldo AJOU, to me, I relate to him. We are from the same area in Bech, Will East. He knows my father and all this.
Yeah.
But your encouragement, Uncle Aldo, was very remarkable. Very remarkable. The fact that you mentioned some names whom are not Dinka, like Suzanne Jambo and Bakana Mom, come together. Something that can appeal to any human beings, South Sudanese. Something that I would like to register my gratitude to you to come first time in the clubhouse. Unlike Dr. Lama Call, who came here a couple of weeks ago, and it added. I witnessed that violence in South Sudanese discussions and forum. But you came today and appealing to South Sudan to come together, and even mentioning people like Suzanne and Paganamom come together. So the only way out is this SPLM. Even Salman Dandara that is listening here, and you didn't give him a chance to speak, he believes in that. You see, what I want to ask you, Uncle Aldo, me and Simon, we are working on something that to bring you back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. You and Uncle Joshua. Is it something that you would like to engage in?
Yeah, I like to engage in.
Very good, beautiful. So now I will yield the mic.
And that position of mine, that the situation is up, and that people are afraid of JC is not this place now, because we are for peace and a time for all of us to give up and take. And I'm happy. And
but we will work on that. Me and Simon and the rest of the moderators organized in the next room. This is the first time, and it was actually very remarkable. So as a result, now I will pass the mic to.
And I have a proposal.
Go ahead.
Al-Gisada, you try your best to get SPLM and SPLM-IO on these exchanges.
Thank you.
Because I'm talking to you now, they don't talk together. They don't hold rallies. They are not actually informing their supporters of what is going on with peace. They don't hold rallies up to now. And I'm wondering, people who don't rally people, what is the meaning of parties? Is to make people, give people what you are trying to do. So try to engage them, they will shy away from each other. I don't know why. And also, when you are an opposition and you become a government, you drop the word opposition. It doesn't work in the government because you have become a government. And wait for your time. You go back to opposition, say you are opposition. Opposition is not a word which is permanent. You go to government, and at the same time you call yourself opposition, and you are in the government. It is actually clumsy and contradictory. And this is what is going on. Salva is called to be government, and Riek Machar is opposition in one government. Okay, that is my opinion in a way. But
thank you, Uncle. Thank you.
Make this forum the best. The best.
Yeah, we will do our best.
You can bring Lama Call, bring me, bring Pagan, bring Jambo. You bring others. All right?
I think Jambo. Jambo is a friend of mine, and I have some connection with those of IO, including.
Jambo is very focused and organized. He's not aggressive.
Yeah, we will do that very soon.
Even Salman Dandara is my cousin. Who can bring it?
Yeah, even Salman too, because there was a little bit of discrimination a while ago, but it's okay. Next time, thank you very much, and I will stop here and yield the mic back to my
co-moderator. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, fellow moderators. I will introduce myself to Uncle AJOU and to the audience. We have this tendency of having not our real names, not for any reasons, but just, I believe, out of, to express ourselves as much as we can. My name is AJOU Madudring, from Gogyal. One of the fallen commanders in the last battle of Gogyal in 2002. He was an army pilot. I didn't know
Yes, he
him.
was a pilot. Yes, was a pilot
Yeah.
in the SPLA.
Yeah. And yep, and one of my maternal uncle is one of your colleagues, Uncle Ambrose.
You're welcome, brother Leo, to a Merry Christmas. This is wonderful.
So,
we'll bring more like this to you guys.
It's an honor and a privilege to have you today on our platform, Uncle Joe. Yeah, like Atilio has said, so many things have really been clarified and much more emotional as much as it is making us quite speechless, honestly. But I believe it's the it's beginning of best things that could happen to us in our generation today. That someone like an elder at your age can manage to come and sit with us for these hours. Believe me, it's a real blessing for us all. And as you have accepted that you don't mind to ever come up again on our platform to be here with us. Thank you for blessing us with that. So I have picked up a lot of things out of your remarks, and the things that you've reiterated the most are around the issue of peace and reconciliation, and the fact that there should be forgiveness, and that you as elders and people within our government accept mistakes. That is a humble thing to say, and it's a show of optimism that indeed for a country to move forward, we need healing, we need reconciliation, and this is where we are. This is where we are at this point as people of our generation. We don't get along because there's so much hurt and people are not happy with each other. There's so much division and disunity. So for you to identify the need for peace and reconciliation and the need for people to forgive each other, it's such a good way to move forward. And I hope as we work on each other and moving forward to heal all the wounds, I believe we will be able to work without any tribe being left behind, which was one of the visions of the SPLM initially. I cannot thank you enough with all the remarks that you have said. All the speakers that have come on the platform today for your questions. We well directed and well answered to the best, I believe. One of the things that I just wanted to mention as well, which was the question that was asked in the back channel, I'll just leave it so you can go away with it. Hopefully next time you will talk more about it. But it's the issue of repatriation that has come up from 3 people. That if you speak about elections and people, being organized to have elections, what does the government have in place for people to be repatriated back home? And secondly, how can the communities be united so that they can be ready for the elections itself? So I will stop here and thank you very much. And hopefully next time we'll meet again on the platform. Thank you.
Miracle.
Okay. Uncle Aldo, in the modern time, other Antigua and Stephen, like in Bordeaux, Uncle Aldo, Dr. Aldo Ajo. For me, Taban, you're trying to avoid my question earlier because you don't want to talk to you don't want to talk on. You don't want to talk about your own. Personal achievement. That's a good thing. In the refugees, that is right. Me, when I grew up, I'm a professional from the birth. I'm a professional person from the birth. شغل بتاعي الأول أنا اشتغلت في شرطة في السودان عند دفعة 11 المواحد في سنة 89 وكذا أنت كنت وزير تقريبا وأنت كنت في جبرة. أنا I involved in politics في دائرة 27 وجبرة. لو بتعرف كويس إن إحنا سقطنا ترابي في دائرة 27. أنا كنت زرت حزب الأمة. وانا بعرف بيتك كويس وفي نفس الوقت انت زول نسيبي انت زول نسيبي بالميريت. انا بوريك بعدين نيان كوي ولا نيان وان موتشر نياك شيء كان كاي تيك تياك اريكو كمان دكتور دانيال باكو مانواك
ايوه
يعني طبعا انا اسمي مياكول عرب دودي لما يوم ارى بانرو والمولود في بانتي. لو بتعرف بنجامين مجاك بيعرف ابوي كويس. My father was the mayor of Banti. You've been watching my shows. You always come to my shows. Yeah. And also I know you personally. Maybe أنا ما مسكت إيدك لكن في البيت أنا كنت قاعد في الجبر هناك في البيت في مربع واحد. البيت المترصص باللون الأحمر. البيت المفتوح لكل الجنوبيين. السودانيين ما جنوبيين بس. لكل السودانيين. ليه أسرع؟ حتى لما أنت كنت ما في ذاته لما الوالد بتاعك أو الوالد جدنا لما مات حتى ذاته عمر بشير ذا جاء في البيت أنت كنت ما في لندن. أي فأنا داير أشكرك اليوم إنك تجيت وجيت وضحت حاجات كثيرة جدا. يعني أنا مبسوط منك شديد. أنت وضحت حاجات كبيرة جدا ويا ريت كله يعني أهلنا كلهم. You have وقبل I assure people when Uncle Aldo, Dr. Aldo AJOU, when he comes, he will never come like a James. He came like a Sudanese and a South Sudanese. Yes. And you have shown that to all people. And I want to thank you for that, to be honest with you. وانت خدت اي زول الليله ده في الكرسي بتاعه ناس لما ندندر قبلت وريتهم انت ما زول قبلي انت زول مما انت وحدتنا في السودان القديم خدتنا فريسهم واجوما لاسي واجوما I don't know how to come up with this word. I don't even think about it.
يعني واو
جوبا
ايوه AU and ملكان MK
وحدتنا كلنا لكن it was very shame. And today you are shame a lot of South Sudanese people who used to accuse you.
Okay, guys, I'm about to close up the show. I think they are just hang around.
I know. I see you always.
So
thank you.
The show is about to end.
Thank you. I know you even when we were in Sudan. Yeah.
Now the questions I'm taking with me are very good questions.
Try to wait until he finishes, then I will close up the show.
And these elections, this must be a domain of the parliament now. This assembly must advocate the plight of our people outside, refugees and displaced. When I'll come back to the next willingly.
Yes.
No problem.
Doctor, I want to thank you before I call you Uncle Lalo. I'm going to say Uncle because I'm dead and cows you. Like I will professionally call you the doctor.
Uncle, paramount.
Manas bugulu kan Miakol Nada Uncle Aldo AJOU because Sanda Garibu Sanda de cows. Like no good doctor.
Uncle Butam Kulu.
You're welcome, Ngor.
All of them to call me uncle. They go South Sudanese.
Lakin Bordo, we have to give you your title as a Dr. Aldo AJOU that people have denied.
Okay, I will wait.
يلا أوجز يا حبيبنا أوجز
ماشي. بس أنا أشكرك مرة أخرى وأخيرا دكتور. شكرا لك لحضورك you have shown the people of South Sudan today who you are and how nationalist you are, and you have answered all the questions on behalf of the Council of Elders. الناس النايمين. وانا داير اشكر يعني في المقام الاول داير اشكر اخوي سايمون وداير اشكر شكر شديد اخوي اكيلو ان احنا صارينا مصارعه كبيره جدا and they made a very good effort عشان نمشي الجروب ويجيبوك ده اخوي سايمون اخوي استاذ اكيلو دكتور اكيلو في المستقبل ان شاء الله. يا اخي والله شكرناكم شديد ويا ريت كل الجماعه بتاعنا الكبار اجوا وتوروا يعني نفوسكم الطيبه يا دكتور ألدو AJOU زي ما انتم قلتوا قبل ويوروا النفوس الطيبه ان احنا انتم لما كنتوا قاعدين في السودان القديم ما عندكم قبليه في قلوبكم انتم حميتونا كلنا كجنوبيين. الليله ده في جنب بتاع كتوري قاعد في امريكا عشان سببكم انتم، في جنب بتاع بحر غزال كان فرتيتاو وكان تيكاو وكان وراوي. الكلام ده كان في قلوبكم ما في، لان انتم ناس يعني تعافات وانا من زمن تويتر قرقوس وناس تومس كوما كان وراس بيتر وين انتوا ناس ولكم في جنوب السودان، لكن انا ما اعرف قبليه دي جابوا لنا من وين. لكن حاجه ثانيه برضه I want you to walk away with it. and ما يكون في زول يموت في جنوب السودان and you are not involved in that peace. You look prophet you guys and pretty much have to go Africa عشان يجي ويمشي قدام وشكرا لك يا دكتور وربنا يبارك وربنا يديكم الامور ومعلش الزمن طويل احنا معنا كده معقوله
for your patience and perseverance. It will be hard for people to believe that on the 20th of Christmas Day. It's 3 o'clock, going to 4 o'clock a.m. I commend you. You are such a very resilient man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I've never met someone as good as you are.
Thank you very much.
So, look, without further ado, I really I would like you to take note that you know, all these people that came here is a mix. That's the microcosmic of South Sudan, with all the different political situations and with all the rainbow ethnic compositions. And let me say that before we were very much polarized, but I feel in my own assessment that as you leave, we are closer. We are one step closer to one another. You know, it's not perfect, but I want you to take, as much as you're leaving behind a positive impression, I want you to take some impression to the other members of the community.
I will.
And tell them that we in diaspora, our hearts is at home, and we want to see all South Sudan united. But of course, it is the responsibility of every community to do their part. And I think you guys, we are very proud of you. Very, very proud of you. You're doing your part, and I feel that people don't give you credit enough, and so I think we should give you credit for what you do.
Thank you very much.
The other part of it is that we hope in the next couple of days we can reschedule further rooms so we can, like I said, this is the dialogue, and the process of nation building starts with perseverance. And it starts with tolerance. We need to tolerate each other, including those we don't agree with, and including those who hate us. We need to work with them. So I expect that we will have an engagement where we will have other Indian community elders from Upper Nile to come here as well, to also exchange with us, so we can begin to have the reciprocation. They hear from the diaspora and and then all diaspora, and then from there hopefully we can encourage other ethnics in South Sudan to take up this, and then instead of having an ethnic specific council, we have a nation specific council. There's nothing wrong with that. So I thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you in our next meeting. God bless you, and please apologize. My apologies, extend my apologies to your family. We took away for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Before we plan actually to stay in another room in a few weeks to come, probably 2 weeks from now. And it's going to be actually doing a room between you and Yeshua. And if we can extend our links to those of Lamakol and Pokanamum, it will be very great. I don't know if you don't mind. This is something that
will be really good.
Okay, very good.
Another message to Dr. Anam Chalwell AJOU and the SPLM, how we can bring them together. طبعا أنا جامتهم نوير تماما. أنا ديت نوير كوباندا بنهدا شار نوير. I know how to bring them. I already spoke to the youth again. Kujala youth Nuer. I will bring them together. I assure this. I and Ustaz Atilo, we are working on that, and you guys will see that result very soon, inshallah.
Yeah. That's good. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, Uncle. You have a good morning.
Instead, I'm quite happy, really. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
It's a good night. No, it's a good morning, actually.
Hi. Madrid.
Okay.
No problem.
No problem.
Yes, bye for now, and I think AJOU or me, we can shut down the room.
Bye now.
Okay, everybody. Simon, thank you for organizing this in terms of the logistics.
Okay, thank you guys. The show is ended. That's you have it. Thank you for watching. We will be bringing more discussion like this in Clubhouse. So we live. Legacy State Media always live in Clubhouse in here, because Clubhouse is a new media platform that most of the politicians, that's what they go. It's easy. You can talk. It's like a conference room, but a lot of people can come in there and listen in. So that's a good. Thank you so much for being with us for at least 6 hours. And I just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you. Have a blessing night, morning, wherever you are. Thank you.
It's your boy, I give him that thing. Punch all legs stand and punch it America. Banyi doang ban punch all legs stand and punch it America. Banyi doang ban wo ko jile kankaro watana wache. Oga leg juir pa ogara leg panda wadia punch it America. Banyi doang ban chingitongo pandon ku juir ba ya cheka. Pagu panda juir wadia bi Panchira America, Panji Dwala, Panapan Pancha Leg Stand.